Ivan Beats. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Rotation and Katana Cup, sponsored by the Wired Gaming Lobby. We are here, we're still going, different channel, same crack players really, to be honest, and same old gits watching over the Call of Duty. But yeah, we're finally going to get underway with our losers semi-final. We're just waiting on the guys to press the big green button. And again, Pabs, another good matchup here. Not a huge amount separating these two teams. Haven't come across them as of yet in this tournament, playing up against each other, but we have come across them playing their respective games beforehand. So, interesting matchup here, Crookshanks and Clutch Rain.
Yeah, I think it's a weird one for us because I think obviously the boys from Clutch have got a really good seed. I think they're second in overall in the group, and I think the boys from F. and Co are maybe 10th. I can't remember. Oh no, it might be like even higher than that. I might be doing them a disservice. Crookshanks are like 5th. 6th actually, sorry, I'll get there in the end, mate, don't worry. But again, we talked about how that doesn't necessarily represent the capabilities. A couple of the players have only been able to pick up pro points over the last couple of years, and we know the likes of Brezzy and Twiz have been in there, and Rafi as well, been kind of playing in and around the circuit for a little bit of time. A couple of things I suppose to throw out there is that in terms of experience, you've got to look at Clutch Rain in terms of, you know, Brezzy coming from, you know, a CDL background. He's been consistently very good throughout the seasons. He usually is, you know, the stalwart, the kind of foundational player of a team. And then you've got the likes of Cobra, who's kind of like super hyper, the big, you know, the slayer of the team. Rafi should be good for S&D, but Major, and we know how important the confidence and capabilities of Felix, Dizzy and Pack and that are. They can absolutely go off. They can dominate hardpoints, and they've taken a respawn off Boxhead, who are the favourites.
Yeah, so we are loading in. I will just double check. No, lovely restart. I knew it would happen. But it gives us a chance to talk about the map set on this one, Pabs, because we have got a we've got a large variety for the first three. We've got invasion, and invasion. So yeah, Karachi and the terminal to see us towards the end of the season. So hopefully we see more than just rubble and exploding cars in invasion. But yeah, a very strong opening map set, and I will just double check. Yeah, so invasion was the map that Crookshanks did actually take off of Boxhead, so they're probably going to be quite happy with that for a map one if they're feeling themselves a little bit. That is a very, very strong looking map from what we've seen of them anyway.
Yeah, they've been really, really capable on it, so I don't think they go into that with much trepidation. And in fact, if they can carry the momentum that they've clearly had coming out of the previous round, F-Dot is the kind of player that can go absolutely off against anyone. So really looking forward to seeing how he performs. But really for me, I think Linny's been a surprise player for me. He's just someone we haven't had a lot of opportunity to look at and to cast over. So it's been really nice to get this. And he takes up so many odd positions. He finds himself behind players all the time, getting big kills when it matters. He doesn't necessarily, he can go a game where he doesn't put up big numbers, but all his kills have been vital. And for me, Dizzy as well, who's, you know, an in-game leader, something, it's a role we haven't really had a lot of access to with regards to his team. So yeah, let's just see how it pans out, mate. It's going to be a huge game regardless, and it is going to be Clutch Rain who managed to get onto that first hill to get some time and ticks over. Yeah,
for any of you guys who are hopping on board, this is losers semi-final now, so whoever does drop this series does go home packing. And no pun intended for Pac there, as he manages to open up the round very swiftly with 2 kills of his own. And so too does Dizzy, a player who's been quite pivotal to this team, Pabs, for a lot of the dirty work, a lot of composure. Obviously, he's running the SMG, which you would argue is the short straw at the moment in the meta. But across the board, if you're looking to try and topple these Clutch Rain players, they're going to need some big individual performances. We flag up Felix and Linny all the time. And it's just going to be one where consistently across the board, they've got to be firing on all cylinders, really, if they're going to take down these boys.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to be on the A game. This is the latter stages of this, and there's no messing around. That's a big hike that they've got to get over to P2, and they're going to have to make it all the way. The boys from Clutch Rain are already going to be set up. A big notable start is Cobra on 0 and 3 with no time. We don't expect them to get a lot of time in the game, but we do expect them to start the game absolutely frying. On the other side, Linny still 1 and 3, so a little bit of a slow start for 2 of the team, but these boys are going to be set up, and Brezzy is just going to put Dizzy and F-Dot into an early blender, and that's just going to afford Clutch Rain the ability to tie things up, and you would expect them to start to tick things over. But Major, as soon as I say that, I get the words rammed down my voice as the boys from Crookshanks to get a 3-piece.
Yeah, Twiz is just holding the angle. It's so difficult once you get into the spot to actually get on the
days.
time. So Pack is just going to keep his head down and try and transition just about far enough so that he can lay on this corner spot by the tractor, which we're used to see. Cobra goes for the chow, but the team shots and the crossfire is looking very, very good at the moment. There's another one for Felix. There's a second for the Dot, who manages to try and keep his teammate just alive for the time being. But Pack is so weak, but he doesn't miss a bullet there onto Twiz. Cobra looks to try and remove what remains of him on the point, and the New Hill does pop, and surprisingly, quite a slow rotation from Clutch Rain there, Pabs. I don't know if some of them were caught in the crossfire transitioning over mid, but we're used to seeing a little bit more of an early rotation over towards his P3.
I did think they got a little bit kind of laissez-faire about their push towards it. They got so concentrated on trying to dig Pack out of that corner that they completely forgot. And when it was time to transition, the boys from Crookshanks were already set up. So you would expect them not just to take a large proportion of that time thanks to Pack, but they're going to get an enormous amount of time, at least 40 seconds. So you can already see the team in blue, the Frenchies, already looking to kind of chalk that P3 hill. They're getting set up for P4. That's an awful lot of time to give away to a team this strong.
And Felix looking to try and just shift around and find a little bit more time to try and play his life. But now, Clutch Rain, they are set up, and this is a very, very good opportunity for them to do so. So the New Hill will now pop any second now. And that first wave of initial gunfights has gone in their favour. So Crookshank's got to be careful not to try and overcommit individually at the moment. They are just filtering in one at a time down their respective lanes. But there's the first opening gunfight, which Dizzy is able to win. That now puts him on a 5 streak as well. So he's going to have to try and play his life quite well. And he's actually got to be careful to his right here. Is he going to manage to time this well? Yes, he is. Dizzy now with 6. Looking good. And meanwhile, his teammates have managed to get themselves right up to the underside of the hill. Twiz is going to have to try and play his life so well here because there's a lot of bodies around him. But Cobra helping him reinforced. And Twiz just being patient plays his life. And meanwhile, Dizzy is still trying to stay alive over this side. But I think actually his streak is going to be cut short just shy of 7. But really good work there from him. But in terms of time, Pabs, the boys in blue have got a big, big chunk of it, courtesy of Twiz. 1 minute on the time and 5 seconds between the rest of his team.
I think this is the first time that the boys from Crookshanks haven't actually been able to get set up on the P5, so they're going to be new to them trying to break this hill against Foxhead. They largely got there, and Dizzy was a turret just trying to mow them down. But this is going to be big for them. They have got number 6 though in Linny in the back. He has got to go huge. That information is going to go down that he's about. He's got to play his life though. He needs that presence maintained in this hill. Yeah,
because look at those split spawns coming through at the moment for Clutch Rain. They're spawning literally parallel to them. He has fallen in the back though, which would anticipate maybe closer spawns, but those yellow arrows have managed to push back up in towards it again. So there's one on the scorecard for Pack, who's looking just to try and pull himself back to even. You've still got Brezzy inside the hill though, and through all this carnage they have now completely flipped the scoreline, and they now take the lead. So Clutch Rain in the driving seat for the time being, but can they manage to pick apart the man in the hill? The shots from Pack are perfect. Linny and Dizzy combined for 3, and just like that, Crookshanks breaks straight back in for what remains of the scrap time.
Yeah, they're going to need that scrap time, but it is still advantage. Clutch Rain, the French boys, having their way with Crookshanks at the minute. They've got a slender lead that is going to get dragged back to almost even, if not even. So this is going to be a big hill. We're going to go into this second rotation, P1. The battle already positioning for P2, so this is going to be vital. And the boys from Crookshanks have done really well so far on this P1, so it is going to be interesting to find whether Clutch Rain can hold firm. That is a solid setup they've got, and they are waiting for players just to push around the angle. Pack just looking for a way in that today. Blue skull that you can see just maybe potentially going to give him the push. He does bait a couple of shots. He's going to push in. The player does drop, allows him to get it. Is he going to get the next kill? He is able to get that kill. And Major, that's how easy it can be done for the Crookshanks boys.
Oh wow, well there you go. 30 seconds still remain on this one, and they do have the spawns for P2. Whether or not they'll be able to hold them for much longer will be interesting. And yeah, Linny will fall. So 20 seconds worth of scrap time is going to be potentially there for Clutch Rain to have free of charge, maybe, unless Linny's going to have something to say about it. There's one for him. Nade not going to quite fall through the window, but you can see now that his teammates have now got complete control over this broken side of the map. Raffy's going to push through dark, but Pack again just shuts him down. He's had moments of big kills, has Pack. Although he's not necessarily hugely positive, he's won some really big individual gunfights that has just stopped Clutch Rain from gathering momentum. And now the momentum has completely swung in his team's favour. 30 points and now going to be trailing there or thereabouts. But unfortunately, some kills actually don't go in their favour over towards the point. So Trophy is going to go down from Pack. It's probably going to get shot by being directly out in the open. But meanwhile, Felix has got Felix has got himself back Palace, and he manages to clear up a couple there as well.
I didn't even see whether he rotated or whether he got a really weird spawn, but he managed to get 3 kills
Oh,
because he
it's a
came in
spawn,
right
but number
behind
8's had it
everyone.
as well.
Yeah, it's just an absolutely dodgy spawn. They had 4 players, I think at least 3 players over towards Palace, so absolutely confused as to how that's worked out. But they've chalked that entirely again. It's going to be parity restored as the scoreline does flip over to Crookshanks' favour. But it is going to be Clutch Rain now set up towards this P3. And again, the previous round it was a solid hold, so this could be huge right now for the team in blue. If you feel if Brezzy was to get more involved, this could start to run away from Crookshanks, especially if they're not able to break down this hill. Please watch number 8, Dizzy. He is going to be that player giving out the instructions. He's looking to cause himself some trouble. Not able to do it though. It's going to be Cobra Major going huge towards the back, and this is already a good chunk of time for the team from France.
Yeah, meanwhile, Felix has got himself in the hill and he's won the gunfight as well. So this is big time potentially on the cards here if they can just keep the man alive. Cobra's out the back doing his utmost to stay alive, and those garage spawns are now starting to come through for Clutch Rain. So it's just going to be a case of keeping Felix's head down and watching over the top of him. Brezzy's going to try and transition over towards the hill, but the same outcome will come through for him. Linny takes down 1. The trades, though, looking good, and they do take Felix out of the hill, but Pack is ready at the new hill. Rafi's lurking and just waiting. Cobra's going to decide better off against that one. Don't want to give away any unnecessary kills, and more importantly, get that remaining scrap time. So as we go on to the next hill, Pabs, there is literally nothing separating these two. It might just take one big hill for the remaining set between these guys to separate them pretty much.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the in-game leader just choosing the right time to rotate and committing the right amount of people to the next hill, and that's going to be huge because it is that Palace hill, and already Crookshanks have sent Dizzy out. He's going to try and look down mid for any transition plays, but this is a huge gamble. They've only got 2 players in the hill. They've got 2 players about to jump in. That is vital that they get the kill. F-Dot and Dizzy are going to team up to get picks over towards mid, but this 1v1 right now is vital. F-Dot manages to get it, and that is huge for them. He's got to play his life. So got to get down, alive. Make sure that he stays alive. Is he going to beat that right? It is going to be Rafi, and that 20 seconds could be vital for Clutch Rain.
Yep, but you can see what Crookshanks are doing. They're ready in Palace, and we've seen them. They did it against Boxhead. They held a huge amount of time with a setup here on Palace, and everyone is locked into position. So the ARs of Clutch Rain are going to have to absolutely beam to take these players out of these power spots. Cobra, he knows there's going to be one there, and the shot's a little bit wavy there from Felix. Means that there might be potential for another rechow, but already 2 players from Clutch Rain full. 25 seconds remain on the clock for them to get this one done, and that's another big kill from Felix. So Clutch Rain, they've got to regroup, but they've got to do it with only 3 players, and Felix is on this left-hand side, not letting a soul through this entrance. There's another one potentially on the cards, onto Twiz, and there it is. Felix, 3 in a row, 4 in a row for the young man, and he's chewing through the hopes of Clutch Rain in map 1. Brezzy, I don't think he's going to get anywhere near this, and he's got to go through. Felix finally stops him, but the damage is done. The map is complete, and it will be Crookshanks who do indeed draw blood in map 1.
Yeah, we kind of expected them to go absolutely hard in this particular first game, and Hardpoint is their preferred respawn mode. They've done so well. Felix going absolutely off. He's been absolutely blinding all day. He's been dropping huge numbers, but that's largely Dizzy, number 8, making his way over after they got a good 40 seconds in the P4. They makes his way over so early to P5, gets the team set up, and they dominate. And it's just, it wasn't even something spectacular, just a reasonably bit of smart play, something you would expect at this level to happen. Again, I feel like Clutch Rain, a little bit of concentration is gone. We saw that in the first rotation where they kind of get like really enamored with that. I think it's P2 area where you've got the forklift, and they just didn't transition at all. Gave P3 away, and that allowed the boys from Crookshanks to just go on even further.
Yeah, that P4 to P5 rotation was huge. They just managed to pin Clutch Rain back. We saw Felix manage to stay alive in the hill for what remained of the kind of the 15 to 20 seconds before he did eventually drop. But by that time, you'd already had 3 players on the side of Crookshanks that were ready on Palace Hill. They were locked in. They weren't going anywhere, and it's incredible the amount of time that you can accumulate on that Palace Hill. As I mentioned, when they played Boxhead, wakey, mate, we've still got 3 more series to go.
It's like, I've had 3 hours sleep, my brain's fried.
Don't worry, mate. Hopefully the next map will be a bit more interesting. No, the problem is, at the moment, AR like heavy maps and Palace Hills, for example, grant you a lot of time. And fair play to Crookshanks, they didn't let anyone go through. Literally at the end of that, they had no chance of that, and it literally won them the map. So it just shows the importance of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a conversation that we had about Dizzy at the start. Is he's very composed. Like, as much as there might be a lot of chaos going on your screens, trust that he's really calm and his comms are really calm. And I think that just circulates to the rest of the team. He's, you know, you can imagine him just, you know, I'm going to go over, I know it's early, I'm going to get that P5 kill, we're going to get set up, it's going to be fine. And I think he realised that Clutch were just a little bit off the boil. Like, I don't know what it was, they just seemed to hang on to going to old too much, too often. They weren't getting the two pieces that the Crookshanks were getting, so just a little bit of off the pace, a little bit kind of getting lost within the game as well, a little bit concentration just failing them. But S&D has been a really weird one for Crookshanks, so a good opportunity for the Clutch boys. Again, no, you know, the variety in the maps just isn't there at the minute, so we are going to be heading back to Invasion for our S&D. So I mean, I don't want to. We've had this conversation about planting flags, and I don't want to plant a flag anywhere because this is the Crookshanks boys are so unpredictable in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, so for anyone who did miss map 1, it finished 250 to 204 to Crookshanks. So now Clutch Rain are going to look for a regain on map 2, Invasion. So map 1, 2, and 3 all the same, and variety being the spice of life as always. And Karachi map 4 and Terminal map 5. So the guys are just getting ready for map number 2, but what we will do, guys, is we will quickly throw it to a quick break while they sort out all their lobbies and sides and all that good stuff, and then we will be back for map number 2, and hopefully we can get Pab some caffeine as well, so that you manage.
Yeah, I might go and get one of these Red Bulls that I've been saving for about 5 years.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll be back in just a sec, guys, and then we will have map 2 for you on your screens. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in a second. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the rotation of Katana EU Cup, powered by our beautiful Wired Gaming lobby. But we are now ready for map number 2, and we are now underway. We're staying on the same map as mentioned on Invasion. Clutch Rain dropping map 1, 250 to 204 to Crookshanks. And now we get ready in towards the Search and Destroy. The last time we saw this Search and Destroy map, perhaps was in our last series, and it ended 6-0. So hopefully we get a slightly closer affair in this one, and the boys in blue do actually draw first blood.
Yeah, we're hoping for a more competitive round, but we'll wait and see. Crookshanks have been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde team on the S&D, and again, you can see that already coming out of a strong hardpoint. Twiz already bodying people. He's already got 2 kills. It is going to be a 2v4. Linny and Pack with a big job to do, and you can see that control all the way across the map, and that bomb is not in a friendly position. Although, if they do get a pick, they might be able to get it down relatively quickly, but Linny's got to go big here, and he isn't going to do it. Major, that's going to leave Pack in a 1v4 with 29 seconds on the board.
So, even a man of his talents will very, very struggle with that one. So, first round on the ball for Clutch Rain. Much needed one. Obviously holding that defensive side. It is an awkward map, Pabs. Oh, my audio is just completely cut out, so I don't know if my game is frozen and I've just been... Oh no, never mind. I just got a very eerie silence there to make me think the stream had died and instantly got anxiety. No, we're all good. We're back and ready to go. You know, this I don't really know quite what to make of this map so far. It doesn't seem to be as though there's many consistent strats with what teams are doing, apart from the fact of looking for that first opening pick. When we saw that 6-0 that Boxhead managed to put on Steve Vortex's boys in Potbelly FC, that there were so many first bloods that went in their favour. It seems to be very first blood heavy, the rounds in this map so far, and again, that's exactly what we've seen with Clutch Rain. Twiz now 3 in a row will get replied with, oh, Linny as he fries 2 actually, so I'll just keep it shut, maybe not, but yeah, first blood heavy for the time being, and all of a sudden I've just been made to eat my words.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a map that requires a first blood if the team are organised enough, and you can't really kind of compensate for a Linny dropping 2 people in the third in quick succession. Cobra's shot's a little bit windy, which isn't like him. He is going to be forced to back up, and again, I think if this was previous iterations of Call of Duty, he'd probably yeet himself off the map with 36 seconds. and Bomb in a very precarious position. But again, Crookshank's able to get around on the board if they do indeed see this out. I don't want to say it before he might get a 1v3, which is highly unlikely. It's just some speculative shots going out just to see if he can catch or even just bait someone out. But the boys from Crookshank's a little bit too smart for that, Major.
Yeah, there you go. Another clean round. Didn't really give him much to bite on there, did Cobra. So it will now be tied up 1 apiece. Individual gunfights going in their favour. I think it will just be a series, to be honest, where it's individual performances that might start to shine. We've already started to see Twiz doing what he does in Search and Destroy. A very accomplished Search and Destroy player from what we've seen over recent titles, Pabs, and they're leaning on him a little bit in this one. We talk kind of the firepower that they've got with Cobra and Brezzy. Obviously, the Search and D kind of infamous reputation that Rafi has got as well in this side, so you would anticipate that they will be a good Search and Destroy side if it's not early on in the meta, more so further down the line, because when you look at the team in terms of ability, it is very, very stacked. But it will be a B-site push for the boys of Crookshanks. Smoke's going to be a little bit more influential in this COD, I think, Pabs, compared to previous ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think obviously we spent a lot of last year with the smokes being GA'd and actually almost everything being GA'd. So it's nice to have that opportunity back. It would be nice to bring back snipers at some point as well, which would be great. But again, I think that's going to be a meta down the line. So right now it appears to be, you know, use the smokes, get into position or get yourself out of a potential problem. It is going to be a 4v3 advantage still with Clutch Rain. So again, this is a good opportunity for them. You feel if they get the second pick that this could be a round on the board, but a little bit of consternation coming out, and there we go, Cobra with that pick, and this is going to be very difficult for the team in yellow as we see Twiz back him up. Twiz is absolutely having an awesome round so far, 4-1, very little time, and Major Pack all on his lonesome.
Yeah, there's one for him, but he won't go any further. Clutch Rain take another round, and yeah, just the patience waiting for the rotation. Twiz found himself in a good spot. I think it was Twiz actually before that we spotted on that high area inside that middle building, and he just got the information, and as soon as the call came through, they just let him loose. Out he flew, and he managed to get the pick as well. So Clutch Rain now leading just by 1. But let's see what they decide to try and offer here in round number 4 on the offense. So the man leading the charge is now in charge of Bomb. Twiz going to be heading down this open left side of the map. You can see that Pack is located all the way at the back, and Twiz just going to back off for the time being. Is being tagged up just a little bit, not enough for any serious damage, at least for the time being, but they are just slowly toying with the idea of taking this bomb to 8.
Yeah, this is a bit of a circuitous one. You can see how well protected A is, but I guess if they push out and get the bait, this could be perfect. But F-Dot's going to have a big job in his hands. He's going to be ready. Headshots are go, and that's going to be a 2-piece. Predicting the third player, he is going to get finally traded out. It is going to be Rafi who manages to play his life. Dizzy is going to be on the chase. We've got a little bit of cat mouse going on. Dizzy finally gets the kill, and it is going to be Cobra Major left in a 1v3, and it might well be parity restored in this Search and Destroy.
Well, first man that he's probably going to have to go through is probably going to be Linny holding the cross. Linny has tagged him up. Dizzy's going to get the invite to come party. And he's so trapped here. Health will regen, but Dizzy up close with the SMG. You don't really see many positions where the SMGs actually benefit from this, but Linny is just going to be watching over the top of him. And he is starting to find his feet a little bit now, Linny, which is very encouraging. Obviously, hasn't really been too prominent in the scene as of recent, but seeing him back this year is definitely proving to show some good signs of it, because he's slowly starting to leave his stamp in this roster, Pabs. Obviously, when we watched a couple of scrims over these guys, you kind of assume the likes of Pac and Felix are going to drop big numbers, but Linny's a player where on his day, he's very, very good, and we're slowly starting to see signs of that now, which is very encouraging for this Crookshanks team. Yeah,
I think that's the key for them. I think a lot, you know, he could easily have been the weak link, but you looked at it at Sunday, it is just, to all intents and purposes, as legitimate a 2K as you're going to get. Every team that would be involved in EU is likely involved. Twiz just can't finish that kill off, manages to play his life and get out of there. So Major, first time we've seen Bomb down, we're in round 5. It's nice to actually see a little bit of S&D. Twiz finally gets that first blood. Is he going to get traded out? No, there is going to be 2 kills go down. There is going to be a 2v3 with 25 seconds on the clock. Linny's got to go big there to make it a 1v2. Can he do the 1v2 now, though? The defuse might be
he's got away!
He gets that pick! Oh my days, he's only got to get one more kill. Is he going to get it? Oh, Linny, you beast! beast, you absolute beast. Linny goes big for the 1v2, and he's going to give his boys a
1v3
round on the board. Was it 1v3?
1v3, mate.
Oh my days.
1v3. Well, literally just saying about Linny coming into his own element, and that was a prime example of it there. He's just broken ankles, opening the door, cleaning out the man off the bomb, and then literally manages to get that final kill as well. Brilliant stuff from Linny, and now sees himself. Yeah, literally. And it will now be 4 in a row for him. And really starting to see that confidence flow through him, which is good to see. So, 3-2 up now, lead Crookshanks. And a strong round like that might potentially form a bit of a catalyst here for this team. Linny is just going to be over on this side on his own. Twiz with the bomb and the smoke just covering him for the time being. But now, difficulty to plant the bomb. That's going to be the issue here, because Dizzy is just watching over the top. Just going to jump check it to see if there's anything that is going to be given to him. Nobody's on the bomb, but that's a really big pick there. The jump check, unfortunately, catches him out, and Brezzy rips him straight off of it.
Yeah, Linny with a little dirty spot here. He's got the door just open. I think they realise that. There's going to be picks there. Does Linny get the headshots? No, he's not going to get that kill. Unfortunately, this time, F-Dot is going to drop Cobra, or Rafi, sorry. So it is going to be a 3v3. That bomb's still not down. We do finally see it getting planted. So Twiz is going to get it down. This is going to be huge. He's going to get tagged up straight away with great shots coming out of Linny. Linny drops Twiz. There is going to be a kill for Brezzy though, Major, and there's going to be a 2v2 with bomb planted.
Yeah, they've got to try and push out the building here. It's not going to be easy. Brezzy's holding. And he's not going to want to move anytime soon. Cobra's just watching that dark push for the pinch, and he might have read it to... Oh, the timing's bad. The timing's bad, and now Pax is going to try and fly through, but Cobra actually manages to catch him out, and it's going to be his teammate, Brezzy, that cleans out the last one as well. So Clutch Rain will take that round. It was looking a little bit bleak there when the timing for Cobra was so bad, but somehow managed to make it work.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they needed. I thought they played that really well, and then Cobra goes on a bit of a mission. You think, no, you're going to get killed from Dark. He doesn't get killed from that mid push, and he manages to get the pick and also get support in from Brezzy. So really nice played, and that's the kind of play we want to see out of, our ex-CDL star. Brezzy on a 6-3, being that team lead you'll expect him to be. All things square. Finally, looks like we've got ourselves a matchup. Ooh, wow, hold that. Oh, Cobra with Pack puts him into the next round.
Yeah. Beautiful nade there. And Twiz just making sure that there's going to be no explosives in this middle portion of the map as he just starts to lay prone. They've still got that double stack, though, over towards the B site. You guys can't see it, but we can. And there is going to be Brezzy and Rafi, respectively, over on this B site here. So F-Dot has to be careful because his other two teammates are nowhere near him at the moment, as they are just trying to see if anyone bites over towards the A site. Got to be careful on this outer peak, though. Dizzy just going to throw the smoke. And now that's going to be his green light to try and close the distance here. And they do take Twiz down as well. So they do have a little bit of an opportunity. Oh, no. Felix has been caught with the bomb. This is not ideal. He's got to just make sure he stays alive here because they are getting kills. Dizzy is going to manage to grab another one. And meanwhile, Linny's going to help him out. So now Rafi, all on his own, falls. And it all falls perfectly in line for them here. And Crookshanks take another round and now take the lead 4-3.
Yeah, that all comes down to that initial pick when they were in that 3v4 situation and it just looked bleak for them. That comes down to that big kill in middle. And a lot of interactions happen, a lot of distraction happens, allows F-Dot to kind of reposition, and that gets him that two-piece that he needs to get. So big plays coming for the dot, big plays coming out to Linny, who's on a 3-streak as well. The question is, can the boys from Clutch snap back? Well, they've done it every single time in this round. So I expect this to end up being 4-all. No one yet taking that 2-round advantage. Brezzy with bomb 6-4, that in-game leader for Clutch Rain. The French boys doing very well so far. That's going to be a pick for Dizzy. He is going to drop Brezzy, so he's put him into the next round and played his life.
Brilliant play there from Dizzy. Gets the pick, knows not to do anything else with it, and just get away with his life. So lives to fight another day. And now Clutch Rain outnumbered over this side of the map. Rafi, you can see on that high ground, is just waiting for anyone to maybe push through. So now stick or twist for Clutch Rain. That's going to be the question. Do they opt to try and just push their way down to B, or do they try and do the other strat to take it A? And it looks as though it is going to be the latter of the two. But now in DVDs, it's going to be up against Dizzy, which again, he's found himself in a really good position with this sub, which makes it so hard for anyone with an AR, as good as it is, to try and get rid of him. Pac's going to be caught out in mid-map, so Twiz will at least find one. But now, can he manage to finesse his way past another three? That's going to be the question. 23 seconds left on the clock. No. Even out the door he goes, and on the pavement he falls. So Crookshanks 5-3, looking confident, 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series now.
Yeah, that was the 2-round buffer that we needed one of these sides to get to start to flex a little bit. F-Dot gets fortunate in the end. He held that cafe position for so long, and then as he scoops out, he sees Twiz in his sights, and I'm sure he's conned that information that Twiz has gone back into cafe, and that's why he gets plumbed right in the middle. It's a good advantage for Crookshanks. They're already 1 up from the hard point, and this could be a really, really big moment for the Cluttrain boys. They don't obviously want to go 2 down in this series and head into a respawn against a team as strong as this.
I'm surprised they've given Crookshanks as much space as they have. You guys can't see it on the mini-map, but they have managed to get 3 players very pushed up in towards this kind of DVD area, and meanwhile Cluttrain are playing this so passively. You've got Twiz, who's only just come out of Back Palace, 2 players in Brezzy and Raffi like normal over towards the B site. So they might have more success over here again like last time. Crookshanks, Twiz is going to be forced to back out just for the time being. Cobra has made his whereabouts known over towards this right-hand side. But the bomb in the hands of F-Dot. Oh, Twiz is just around the other side of this. When is he going to pop up here? Felix holds this a little bit longer. Oh, the timing is criminal. Surely they take Twiz down. Nice shots from Dizzy again. Will manage to trade him out. The bomb is down on that site. And unfortunately, Linny dropped over towards that B site as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult. 2v3, 25 seconds. It's going to be a rush job to get that bomb and try and get it down. Cobra in a perfect position to watch any cross. And Brezzy in the blender there, just going to make it even more difficult for them. And that's exactly what Cluttrain needed. A good celebration for the boys from France as they bring this back to 1 round deficit. Very capable team and very difficult to break down. It looks like the boys in blue gave Crookshanks enough rope to hang themselves, essentially, allow them to get a little bit further forward, think that they're confident and they've got that space that they can get bomb plant, and then you could see just how close Twiz was, and he gets that pick. The timing was unfortunate for Felix, but in the end it is going to be Cluttrain bringing that back to 1 round deficit. Major, I mean, I don't know about you, but again we're starting to get that whiff maybe of around 11.
Yeah, it is slowly seeping in, and one man who might be able to make the play here is probably going to be Dizzy again, or at least give his man in Linny on this B site the information that he needs to know that there are going to be plenty of people waiting for him down this side of the map. Dizzy's not moving, just holding the cross. Is he going to spot these players transitioning over? There it is, and Linny now knows there's going to be more than one here, and he can't do anything more than get that first kill. But they've got to keep an eye on Cobra as well, because he is just lurking around the other side on the A site. He won't come across anyone soon, but any second now you fear he will, because he's now working his way round the back of potentially a freebie onto Felix, and there it is. There's the first pick. It will now be 2 versus 3 in favour of Cluttrain. Dizzy's going to try and get a pick, but Cobra just wigs him off of that heady, and now Pack left in the 1 versus 3. Last man up will spot Cobra in mid-map, and he will get 1. But now the bomb is going down over towards the B site. Just going to try and check everything that he can. With the bomb going down, he knows where these players are located, and he's got the angle onto Raffi, so he is going to back him down just a little bit. But with 2 players here, this is going to be such a tough ask for him. On towards the tank he goes. Surely the chow's coming any second now. Raffi's just going to try and play with his food a little bit now while Brezzy potentially helps him out. He knows he's got to try and commit to 1, and the boys on Cluttrain hold strong. Take that round. And the waft is true, Pabs. We smelt it. We've got it. Round 11.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to take the plaudits for, you know, it was 5-4 at the time, so I think we were odds on, but the Cluttrain boys had to play that. They really did have to make sure they got that 2v1, and at times it looked a little precarious. You could almost feel the nerves coming out of them. I don't think they want to go 2-0 down, but this is going to be an absolute play from either team, depending on who wins. It is going to be the boys from Crookshanks with bomb. Felix is going to be pushing out, and that's a very strong push towards A. Number 7 in Cobra has got the trophy down as well, and there's some furious shots. Is he going to get a pick? Cannot pick anyone.
So weak. Linny's holding down the cross, though. They got the call that players were weak. Linny's just going to stop them from doing that. No trades inbound. Pack grabs 1, and now Twiz and Cobra have it all to do. Twiz grabs 1. Linny grabs a trade. It's now all on Cobra. 1 versus 2. Dizzy and Linny wait. Did Linny spot him on the cross there? He might well have done. Dizzy is just not going to move from this middle building. He knows that Linny's lurking around this tank area, and Dizzy shoots him in the back. Crookshanks, they hold their nerve, they take the round, and they take the second map. 2-0 in the series now in the round 11.
Yeah, incredible plays. We talked about what a talismanic figure Linney can be in this game. He's gone 14 and 5.
Hold that.
Incredible performance. Take a year out, guys, because when you come back, you might be able to do this. Really, really good against a very, very solid French side in Brezi, Cobra, Rafi, and Twist. But yeah, Linney going absolutely off to make sure his team go 2-0 up. And I do start to feel for the Clutch Rain boys going into another invasion respawn.
Yeah, so round number 2 is done. So I frantically try and press all them buttons. So 6-5, round 11. Say it's a game of tight margins, and it looks as though it's going to be a series of tight margins. Only 46 points separating the hard point, 1 round separating the search, and now we go into a invasion control. So we'll have to wait and see how that one goes. But at the moment, Pabs, Crookshanks are looking good for their money. Obviously, the winner of this goes through to face Steve Vortex's boys in that losers final, which is not going to be an easy feat at the moment. But Crookshanks, if they say take this as a 3-0, momentum's with them. Steve-O's boys have had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest, so we might end up with a very good matchup in that losers final. But don't count the Clutch Rain boys out. That is what I would say.
Yeah, never, especially when you've got this much talent in the side and this much experience. Those 2 maps do not count. They're going to be going into this map 3 as a map 1. It's a best of 3 for them, and that's all they're concerned is 3-0 in this. So don't be surprised if you see them come firing out the blocks. Expect a bigger performance coming from Cobra, who's been a little quiet for the last couple of games. But yeah, the question is, can they just slow the march of Linney down? F.Dot is usually the player that we look to go big, but Linney has gone absolutely huge in that S&D. And I think he just wants to continue that momentum. So this is going to be a battle of wills now. Can the boys from France, can they get resurgence? Can they put the confidence that they lost to one side and come back? Or is it going to be, continued momentum as Crookshanks look to steamroller this losers bracket and get that matchup with Steve Vortex?
Yep, so we'll just have to wait, guys, for the time being. We are going to quickly throw it to a quick break, and when we are back, we will have that map 3 to see if Crookshanks get it done in a 3-0 or Clutch Rain keep their hopes alive. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a second for that map 3. Ladies and
Yo.
gents, welcome back. There you go, timed that well. Welcome back to the rotation of Katana EU Cup, sponsored by the Wired Gaming Lobby. We are here now in map number 3. If you guys missed maps 1 and 2, both very close affairs, but it is going to be Clutch Rain now, requiring the reverse sweep, and it's going to have to start here on the invasion control. So the third out of the 3 invasion maps that we've had back-to-back. As we're starting to see a very, very slow and reoccurring theme with particular maps on Modern Warfare 3. But it will be the boys of Crookshanks on the offense to start us out with. And it looks as though that B progression is already coming through, Pabs.
Man, I'd like to be able to help you, but I am blocked by player request, and I'm just going to have to ask the Frenchies, do they need to do that off the rip? F-Dot with a nice two-piece, though. It is going to be a little bit of time going away. That B-Tick nearly done it, and Major, you got to look at that clock at 1:16. If they're able to get this, there's going to be a 2:16 tick over, and that is plenty of time to get A. But we know how difficult it is, and when you consider just how spread out that team are in blue, number 6, you can see Rafi is going to cause a problem over towards what would be that yellow spawn. That's a huge kill from Dizzy right there, and that kill feed goes absolutely yellow. This could be a huge moment in this game.
Have they got trophies? Linny doesn't have one. You would hope the one would come down soon, though, because now here come the tacticals and here come the nades. And more importantly, here comes Cobra. How many can he grab potentially here? He's cooking up something special. The nade, though, just comes a little bit too late because the trophy is now down. They've got to try and get onto the point here. Cobra needs to get a kill. He gets one, but Linny is able to grab the trade, but they do clear them out. But more importantly, 2 ticks of progress, Pabs. If you Clutch Rain, that's not ideal.
No, not with 1:51 on the clock, and this could turn into TDM very quickly. They're already about 7 lives off the boil. That is a huge amount. I think that's the largest amount that we've seen in a control today and yesterday. So a huge moment right here for Clutch Rain again on the back foot. Linny going absolutely ham once more. A player that we've seen go big in S&D, but is he going to continue to cause problems towards this back spawn? That's going to be 1 kill. Is he going to get the second one? No, he's going to get taken down by Cobra. But this is so huge right now. They're so close to getting that final tick over, but just cannot get that last 70% of the way there in that final tick.
Yeah. The only thing, though, that they will have to worry about short term is lives, because Brezzy hasn't got a kill to his name yet, and they are trailing now by 10 as Felix gets one. And look at Linny again going all the way around the back. They're not hesitating to hit this quick pinch over towards the garage side. Can they clear out the players that they need to? Number 3 and number 4. They're the ones you're going to want to keep an eye out of. And there's one for Dizzy. But now keep an eye on Linny. Is he going to spot Brezzy in the open here as a freebie? Yes, he is. So there's one for him. 16 now plays 4. Looking very, very bleak, it must be said. 16 now plays 3. 16 now, or 15 now, plays 2. And unfortunately, in Rugs, Dizzy manages to mop up yet another one. That was a very, very convincing round from Crookshanks.
Yeah, really strong. It's the first time I think we've seen a life count win, so that just tells you just how good these boys are. They want to get through. Brezzy completely off the boil. F-Dot already double positive, 8 and 4. Incredible performance from him in this control. But just right now, the boys in yellow just look too strong. And, you know, it bodes well for them if they are able to take this control and head into the next, you know, losers final. That could be absolutely huge, that momentum they take in. So Clutch Rain with a big job to do, but if there is one team that can do it, and one player that can resurge himself, that is going to be Brezzy on the 1 and 8. Expect him to play a lot better. He'll be disappointed with his performance so far.
Yep. Well, Crookshanks going to have to try and hold the fort here. Number 7 in Twiz is on his own over towards that B site, but the setup is now ready to go. Brezzy's just waiting for any sort of engagement. As soon as he flies out, Pack makes short work of him. So this is kind of the standoff moment now. Do they try and commit and push out here to try and get a few more kills with players coming off spawns, or do they just literally let that B point go, excuse me, as Cobra is able to take Dizzy down? So, very convincing opening start. They've just slowed down a little bit as of yet, have Crookshanks after a very strong opening round, but as you would come to expect, now being on the defensive side, those engagements are just being paced a little bit better by the boys from Clutch Rain, and Rafi does well to stay alive there, and they do actually manage to get Brezzy on the other point.
Yeah, that was a nice play, but they didn't get that B-Tick control over it in time, so they've lost a couple of seconds, but it is finally going to go their way. 2:19 is plenty of time, but again, they need to be careful this doesn't turn into a TDM. Linny with a little bit of a, I don't know what you would call it, like over-focus towards that power spawn, gets himself tagged up, and it is going to be the boys in blue just looking to transition. A good opportunity potentially for them to go down that back of that B street and head towards the spawn. We've seen it, you know, the box head boys try this time and time time again. It has been a useful kind of
Oh.
strategy. It's just so important that they get the kills. It is going to be number 6 Major in Rafi, looking to cause those problems in and around the back. The question is he going to be? He's going to have to wait now, Major, for those players to come and support him.
Yeah, Felix is here alongside Pack. So Rafi's just going to reposition and try and wait for a little bit of help. But it's not going to come too quickly. You can see a couple of blue arrows in one, the former Twiz, I think it was desperately scurrying over to help him out. They've still not dealt with Rafi in the back now, so you can see those spawns are being a little bit precarious for Crookshanks. Not ideal, but can they get the job done regardless? Because now number 7 in Twiz is on the point, and Cobra's slaying around him. Twiz, oh, big kill though from Felix. It's just going to stop that timer from being paused again. Rafi's able to take down Felix. So now Cobra with 1. Can they combine for more? Pack's holding the cross. Brezzy peeks and it struggles. Look as though they might continue very shortly. He's so weak. My goodness, Pack is putting so many bullets into people, but just not finishing the kill for the time being. And Brezzy, if he can contribute anything at the moment, it will just be a little bit of progression, and that's exactly what he's done on the point. And now here comes the chow from F. Inevitable flies around the corner. The team shots are good, but the pinch from the yellow arrows is also there to be seen. But last man standing, last men standing, should I say, Twiz and Brezzy.
Yeah, Brezzy is going to be on the hill right now. Twiz joins him. That's going to be a quick tick over. I don't think there's enough time right now for them to do it. And that is going to be a really nice comeback from Clutch Rain. We told you that they not to write them off. They got absolutely slammed in that first match in what was the first kind of, kill count encounter. But this has been a total turnaround. You look at that KD. Brezzy ending the map with a win, 4 and 12. He is triple negative, but he still gets that point on the board. And that is the sign of a quality winner.
Yep. So just stacking the point, making the most of the control that they had down that street side. That definitely seems to be the location where teams butt the most heads on the control, it must be said, on Invasion. So what will happen here in round number 3? Crookshanks very convincing opening round on the offense. Will they manage to do it again here? As nades and tacticals alike just being exchanged. They do have a couple of bodies here, do Clutch Rain. Ready to try and form a bit of an upset. And Linny again, he does like this spot over towards this middle tank. But in comparison to his search and destroy, this one has been a little bit ropey for him so far. 9 and 14 for Linny. Now looking to try and pick a couple of players that might try and transition over. Does he spot Twiz? He does. And they might line up a little bit. No. The team shot's looking good. Brezzy wigs him. And now a potential to take Dizzy off the point. So the timer will keep ticking down. And Clutch Rain just looking to try and assert a bit more dominance in this map.
Yeah, really nice defense from them, and this is exactly what they needed. And that's been a big kill there from Felix on Cobra. It was looking to cause as many problems. It's still well over a minute, so if they are able to get this B-tick, it is going to give them well over 2 minutes of time to get that A, but it has proved to be consternation for them, so they're going to need to go really big. A 1 life differential right now, the advantage in Crookshanks Park. It is going to be the hand gun out as Dizzy straight back to the AR. He's going to get the pick. Oh, Dizzy, you absolute beast. As the kill feed goes completely yellow, and Linny is going to join him on that kill feed. Brezzy up towards this top part of Palace. He's going to get picked, and he is eventually going to get take off with some incredible shots. Not a tick over to A, but still just under 2 minutes left to be able to get it if they want to take a 1-round lead.
Yeah, Twiz though is still lurking in mid, and I think they've managed to let him slip through. No, Twiz misses the bullets, and F. punishes him. There's still 2 players left from Crookshanks. And ironically enough, it's literally the 2 players that are doing the best in terms of kills from F. and Pack. Can they manage to combine for more, though? That's the question. They've got 1 minute 30 to work with. They just need to regroup and recompose themselves here. Twiz is going to get a freebie onto Linny, so there's 1 for him. And now, while they're trying to shift him out as Twiz is looking to try and heat up a little bit, will get traded. But Pack now looking to try and return the favour onto Cobra, and some unfortunate timing there is going to be the better of him. So holding strong for now. Haven't given a single tick away either, Pabs. This defensive hold is looking very good from Clutch Rain so far.
They've done so much better as this control game has just moved on. And it wouldn't surprise me if they're able to take this round from a defensive perspective. But there is still plenty of time. You would argue maybe 2 opportunities. If they're able to get onto the hill fairly quickly, it might be a second opportunity if they get taken off. But time is not on their side. This is a solid hold from the boys in blue. Great defense. Big kill, though, from the nade from Linny as he takes out Twiz. That is going to leave them with 1 small chink in the armor as they push through Cafe over towards mid. So going to be very interesting to see if the boys can get a sight down that A street and get some picks. Again, number 6 Major in Rafi is there waiting for anyone crossing from that lower A street.
Yeah, he's been quiet here for a while. Rafi is just waiting to strike at the right time. And there you go. There's the free one. 16 seconds remaining. There's the second for Rafi. So the patient pays off. Now with players coming off spawn, he might have a few more to add to his streak here. There's 3. There's 4 for Raffi. Nobody able to stop him at the moment. F-Dot's going to try and shoot back, but to no avail. 5 now for Raffi. 6. 4. Finally, someone shut him down, but the round goes Clutch Rain's way regardless. And a very, very good response, Pabs. In the opening round that we saw, Crookshanks were very good on the offense, but Clutch Rain just regaining and deciding to play that one differently, and it paid off.
Yeah, I mean, they're just impeccable. That's exactly the performance they needed to get their tails back up and perform like the team that are in that second seed position. So really, really good defensive stronghold. It felt confident as well. It didn't feel like they were flapping at any point when they got taken down. They just felt like they controlled Crookshanks right the way through that. So a big moment really for Crookshanks now. The shoe is on the other foot. Can they slap back? Can they do something big? And it is going to be on, you know, the boys from Clutch Rain to just see if they can hold the wave. But yeah, very good performance so far, and one round away from getting a score on the series.
Whoop, Brezzy playing with fire is just going to backtrack out of that one. He does get some info with the stunt, but I think that Linny knows that they've got Cobra up here. He's just waiting, trying to get an angle on him. It's so hard to clear someone off of these sandbags. Oh, and unfortunately he shoots a little bit preemptively there, and Cobra just absolutely fries him as soon as he goes from prone upwards. Absolutely beams him, and that B point is now secure. So they've got 2 minutes 20 on the clock here, Clutch Rain. They did a good job of that offensive point over towards A last time. Can they mimic it once more? Dizzy doing his utmost as he manages to chew through 2 players, and they have now got F-Dot up in the position where they want him, and he is so weak, so he needs to try and play his life here. F-Dot don't want to catch a nade and give out a good position here if he can. Does he spot Cobra on the right? Oh, no, he doesn't, and Cobra takes him down, so just going to give them a little bit of a platform to start pushing up. But saying that, Pac's got this entire right-hand lane on lockdown.
Yeah, I think we talk about sometimes the raw talent of Felix, and that sometimes strategically he can be a little naive, and I think that's probably a good example of that, playing too exposed, letting himself, you know, get himself drawn out and get killed, and that could potentially cost, because it was a really good position. You can see how far pushed up those remaining blue arrows are, and there's going to be a big kill. Dizzy drops Cobra over towards mid, so right now it is going to be support en route for number 6 there in Raffi. Again, he's had, you know, a really good performance, and someone we haven't really brought up a lot. We talk about maybe, you know, the other big players, but, you know, Raffi in a team where, you know, is the rest of his side are essentially speaking English for his benefit, and whether that impacts on their ability to make these microsecond decisions, it doesn't appear to have happened. Raffi's such a good player, 23 and 17. It is 18 lives, plays 19, and again, they just not able to get to that point at the minute.
Well, F-Dot's holding the front, and meanwhile in the back, Twiz has managed to get some good timing here. Can he make the play? The charismatic Frenchman, we know what he's about. And there's going to be a few players around him. There's one for EB Linny, though, with the trade very quickly. But now they've still got to deal with... Oh, I was going to say Raffi on the point, but Dizzy actually manages to get the wall bang onto him and take him out of it. So now 15 lives, plays 15. Dizzy's got the cross as well in mid. This might be huge if they can keep him alive here, because he's not going to have much time. Here's number 8, Brezzy, to get to the point, and by the looks of it, he's not going to have much in the form of reinforcements, and Felix gets 3 on that left side of the map through all of the carnage that Clutch Rain have managed to spill so far in this round. It's still going to be the boys in yellow who hold the front of 4, and the combined 10 streak now between the 4 of them is looking immaculate towards the latter stage of this round. Brezzy will manage to maybe solve a few problems, but it's not going to be the bigger one of getting on that point, and we will get the round 5.
Yeah, really nice play towards the end. Both Pac and F-Dot just creating that kind of blender situation where the team in Clutch Rain can't get out to spawn and get absolutely decimated. F-Dot, Linny and Pac teaming up to go big, but it is going to be 2-all still, this final control round to play, and I honestly can't plant a flag anywhere between these teams. They've each played at times impeccably. Question is, who's going to start where? I mean, it's been an incredible game. Clutch Rain, though, Major, really needed to get some rounds on the board after what has been a very difficult 2 series for them.
Well, it will be Crookshanks on the offense, so Clutch Rain might hold that a little bit closer than expected, because they have been good on the defensive side of things apart from that opening round. So will we see another stronghold here? A lot of yellow presence over this side of the map as F-Dot lobs a nade through the tunnel. And it will be Brezzy that's able to take down one, and Cobra, meanwhile, is able to win his individual gunfight. So they do still have players, and I think I heard a Hellstorm missile actually landing from someone. So I think that has now been utilised by, was it Pack maybe? I'd have to double check, but it will still be Crookshanks getting the progression, but number 8 in the back, Brezzy. You can see Linny's done a complete 180, and so too has Pat. The team shot, or Dizzy, apologies, is the team shots. Wow! The wall bang through that is going to be clean enough to take down one. And that progression has now been stopped. So already, only 45 seconds is remaining here for Crookshanks to get this first point.
Yeah, and you're going to start to see a split push from both the duos in Crookshanks, because they do need to get someone over towards that A point. They need to split up the blue defense. They need to stop Clutch Rain from being able to dominate in so many different areas. It's going to be difficult for them when you've got Twiz absolutely bodying like that, but the trade is going to be there for Dizzy. But again, time is the factor here.
Shots.
They need to start thinking about the A and the B point simultaneously.
Yeah, they've got a lot of players there now. They're committing a lot to this because they know that time is not on their side. Rafi, meanwhile, number 6 on the mini-map, which you guys now can see, has gone all the way round the back. And can he manage to cause the upset here? So now the reinforcements aren't going to be here, so they're going to have to clutch up on the point. And can this man on your screen, Linny, do it? No. He's only able to grab one. 20 seconds now. Time is ticking for Crookshanks to stay alive in this one. Brezzy is still waiting for the right time to push through dark. And unfortunately for Rafi, if he takes too long, he might actually get killed. Somehow gets away with his life here. And the nade is going to cover his tracks. He might be able to pick off a couple more as Rafi chews through a few more. Nobody's going to be able to touch the point unless it's F-Dot. Can he take Cobra off this heady? He manages to just about touch it, but there's so many players now that are going to look to try and condense on him, and F-Dot has managed to stay alive for the time being. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can, no. And somehow they breathe. 1 minute on the clock, 11 lives, plays 16.
The chaos ensues. Felix manages to get a kill, 28 and 24. Pack on the 32 already. This has only got 58 seconds in order to get these picks. They've got to try and turn this into a TDM, but 9 lives, plays 14.
Big kill.
Someone has got to go absolutely huge here. Get a 3-piece, get a 4-piece, bring this life count back to normal. Can that person be Pack?
Oh my goodness, he is not missing at the moment. With the tightest of angles, gets another kill onto Twiz, and now they're on the point, and now the boys of Clutch Rain might be panicking a little. There's a big one-on-one going on over towards this side of the map, and unfortunately no reinforcements are going to actually be there to help F-Dot on that. So 2 players are going to be flying on. Can they get the kills? Yes, they can. They clear them off, and now 5 lives will be what remains. Make it 4. It's like a search and destroy for them now. Rafi just going to be jump peeking. They need to get him out of this position, really. He's been chewing through players on this side of the map. And now 25 seconds and 1 life each. Twiz grabs one. Is Linny going to check his corner? I think this one's all but done. Cobra in mid is able to grab a pick. And with 15 seconds left and 1 life remaining, Clutch Rain stay alive. They take the map 3, 2-1 now in the series.
Oh, we told you at the start, never write these boys off. There's a reason the 2nd seed, Brezzy, with the experience that he's got. Cobra going ham. Absolute work by Twiz at times. But Rafi, I would say, probably the MVP of that particular round. He took up so many interesting positions. He was so patient. He got 2, 3, 4 picks. And in the end, is able to do it for Clutch Rain. And the Frenchies stay in the game. It is going to be a hard point. And I do believe we are finally going to see a different map than Invasion.
Yeah, so we are. I'll quickly just sort the scores out for you guys so you can indeed see them. So 3-2. As I try and type it in, 3-2 to Clutch Rain. There you go. So just confirmation of it. Invasion goes in favour of Clutch Rain, and we will now get Karachi for map 4. Again, another map that we've seen quite a lot of, but we'll have to see whether or not the boys of Clutch Rain can keep this momentum going. They do need the reverse sweep, and it's going to have to start on Karachi and then subsequently end with Terminal. So we are going to quickly throw it to a quick break, guys, and when we come back we will have that map 4 hardpoint. Favourite game mode, let's be honest, it's the best one out of the lot. And yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a little while. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the losers semi-final here between Crookshanks and Clutch Rain. A very short break, actually, which we do love to see. Shout out to the boys for getting this one up and running shortly. But Clutch Rain have just managed to come off the back of a map 3 win, which now means that the first stage of the 3 of the reverse sweep has been completed. They just need another 2, and it's going to have to come off of a map, Pabs, where, again, Crookshanks look very strong. So,
yeah,
I suppose we'll just have to keep it stum, watch the COD, and let it speak for itself.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen just how strong they are, especially on this P2 building where you expect a kind of F.Dot's back alley where he's decided to make it his home. And I think he's already at Pack, who's going to be working his way around to get control of that heady. Felix just going to go in the front. I thought he got the second one with the handgun then, but it is going to be Linny just watching over from that really difficult area. Terrible shots from Felix's Brezzy, puts him into the blender. It is going to be all square at 17-17 as we hit the midsection of this P2, so 50 seconds in. Again, this is such a weird map. Again, you've got this like need to be able to get to the back of P2, but then you've got to flip it in order to get to P3. It looks like the Frenchies are in a pinch at the minute, especially if they can't deal with the player towards the back major, which they do, and that's control over to the French boys.
Yeah, big kill there. Linny is just going to try and patch up. Potentially. Nope, nothing comes of it. And this is a little bit of an awkward situation now for Crookshanks. There's still 25 seconds remaining on that hill, and it appears as though they're just going to have to try and chalk it off. So first money hill, kind of a bit of a 50-50 split, but saying that, Clutch Rain will now have around a 30-point lead. So it's looking very, very good in the early stages of this hard point for Clutch Rain, but now they're going to have to try and push down this right-hand side of the map, and there is going to be 2 players here, one of which is Pack, who is off the back of an incredible control. It must be said, he put up some outrageous numbers for the L on that one, so he's going to look to try and continue that form. Twiz watching up the... Oh, wow! Okay, Twiz didn't miss, never mind. Felix got punished for missing literally, I think, 2 bullets in that magazine, and now Clutch Rain are pushing all the way around the back to try and clear them out.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult hold for both players. You can see Dizzy goes pro, looking for that second pick, can't get it. There's no support coming in as Brezzy bro drops both Linny and Dizzy, and it is going to be F-Dot. The push is going to be in this to the team kill. No, he might display his life, but Brezzy is going to be there, that effervescent leader. 8-2, 4 on the streak. Incredible start for the in-game leader of Clutch Rain.
Wow, Brezzy looking strong. There is a bit of a weird spawn now out of the back. They've actually managed to flip it, so they're going to be able to push through here. You would anticipate that Crookshanks are going to take him off the point and take what remains of the 15 seconds, so that will just pull that deficit down ever so slightly. But you can see now how far away they are in terms of getting over to the next point, so they're going to have to try and reconvene and make the break here. Dizzy up top AC, going to try and push in towards top bed. And he is going to do it. Can he get the pick? Oh, and Brezzy's going to get caught with a nade in his hand. The worst timing imaginable now means that they do have an opportunity to try and converge on these players inside the hill. Felix is going to be up top. There's one for him. Raffi falls. Twiz is still alive down low, but it looks as though there's going to be a huge set of bodies coming through to him. There's one. Can his teammate in Cobra make the trades? He's got Brezzy and Cobra with him. And can they get the kills? There's another one. But there's just going to be a little bit of a messy hill. It must be said, Pabs. A little bit of back and forth. But the boys in blue, they just keep soaking up the time.
Yeah, they've just been able to get, consistently into the hill, and regardless of the higher ground going the way of Crookshanks, they just cannot clear them out. And right now, that is a beautiful hold from Clutch Rain, potentially on the precipice of pushing that 100-point mark. But it is going to be a big kill from Linny to just see them off. But they are going to go back to get that little bit of remaining scrap time. It is going to be the boy over towards the back. It is going to be a really weird P5, so this could be very, very interesting at the latter stages of this P4. You can see Cobra again, Major, just causing so many problems. They're
breaking inconsistently at the moment, Clutch Rain. It must be said, Crookshanks are rotating well, but they're not getting the initial kills. But saying that, Pack does get 2. Can't snap onto Twiz for the 3rd. And now Cobra is going to look to try and punch his way inside the hill. There's 1 for Cobra. There's 2 for Cobra. Didn't miss a bullet off of the Swede of both F-Dot and Dizzy. And now the lead being pushed out ever more off the back of him and Brezzy putting up some big numbers. This is more like the Brezzy and Cobra that we're used to seeing. It must be said, 15 and 6 now makes it 16 and 17 as well to boot as he manages to chew through 2 players off screen. Cobra's going to manage to get that remaining time as well, and they're giving up a lot of scrap time on consistent hills, Pabs, back to back, and it's really starting to add up now.
Yeah, I mean, they just totally just given up that hill. That's a solid 60 seconds for Clutch Rain. They're just going to eke that lead out. It's going to end up being almost a 100-second lead. And it's so difficult. You've got to play perfect hard point now in order to be able to get back into this game, Major. I'm starting to smell that game 5 is getting closer and closer. What an incredible performance from the boys from France. It's not over yet. There is still a long way to go. But the plays that we've been looking at to go big, not there at the minute. Dizzy and Pack both solid negative. Dizzy's almost double negative at 7 and 13. They need to start going big.
Yeah, big kill there as well to stop Cobra from getting streaks. So a little bit of good fortune might be something that potentially sways this map now. Nice shots combining with F. and Pack to take down any sort of pressure that was coming down that side of the map. And look at Dizzy now going on one of his little free roams. But those blue arrows on Clutch Rain, they are ready to go for P2. So they're going to bank on the money hill. 20 seconds will push them pretty close to being over the 100-point mark. But now, will they check their corners? No, they won't. There's one. First man in Dizzy will drop. And now, with everyone locked into position, they've got to try and coordinate an emphatic break here onto 3 players. There's the first pick. And now they just need to try and spawn these players out. But Twiz coming around the back to be the spoiler.
Yeah, this is going to be a big play from Samir. He manages to get 1 pick. The other player does fall, so he's going to be able to just come and support the rest of his teammates. He's going to take that back alley position, looking over that wall head glitch. He's going to take the Eric Boone position, just looking up against that wall and looking for an opportunity to get a pick. Cobra on 16 and 8. He's played so well. I don't think the Crookshank boys are going to be ready for this. That's a big play from Linny there. Is it enough though? Cobra is going to be there for the backup. As you see, F. is going to get that room. And finally, they get themselves Major on a hill for the first time in at least 2 hills.
They've got to be careful. There's still 29 seconds worth of this. Felix has got to be careful not to just overextend and overchow something that he doesn't necessarily have to. Brezzy up top is going to land a nade right next to Pack here, who's desperately trying to stay alive. Not going to happen for him on that occasion. But 13 seconds still worth of scrap time is going to allow 3 players on the side of Crookshanks. Is he going to try and push his way down this left-hand lane here, Twiz? No, it looks as though he's just going to try and play off this heady and wait for anyone as he struggles with the jumping a little bit. Does Twiz. Nade over the top, though, is going to cover his teammate's path, but they have left Rafi a little bit exposed on the hill here. If they push through quickly, they might be able to make something work, but no. Dizzy flies off the top, somehow manages to stay alive. Twiz mops him up. Felix through this middle lane goes down as well, and everyone but Linny falls.
Yeah, this is huge. Linny in the back has got to play a huge role. His teammates do need to kind of get over, but with 35 seconds, by the time they get there, they could be in a 20-second scrap time kind of battle. So this is huge as we think this P3 in the second rotation, they've got to make their way back over for that P4 as well. So they can't afford to lose the spawns here. This is going to be a huge battle for Crookshanks. The 200 marks being passed by Clutch Rain, so they feel they're on the precipice. Twiz goes absolutely huge, and again, Major, that's another big kill for Clutch Rain as they take a solid 50-60 seconds from it.
Yeah, and this man here on your screen leading the charge, 20 and 9 out of Cobra. We know hard point is his strong point, and he's demonstrating it now. There's another one for him. 4 in a row again. Is he going to be able to make this into streaks? Dizzy in that top bedroom area. He's going to fly at him. And Dizzy with a big couple of kills there, to be fair to him. And somehow, it says he's on 0 HP. What is this game? So confusing. But they do manage to take him down eventually. Mr. Immortal is unfortunately killable. And Crookshanks now on the back foot. 25 seconds remaining. They do get the kills, but they need to just try and get the last remaining players off the point here. Linny's frantically looking around to see what he can find. And unfortunately, he's going to find some bullets to the face. Dizzy takes down 1. But again, there's just so many Clutch Rain players nearby. Closer spawns benefiting them. And now Dizzy with the pinch. How many can he get? Man off the hill. Travels onto Rafi. Trade comes in. They do just about stay alive. But again, Pabs, the rotating is going to be the all-important one. A huge one-on-one which Twiz is able to win. Now leaves Dizzy with a massive one-on-one up against him now as well.
Yeah, Felix just a little bit overexposed, and again, these players just there's no confidence. They're worried about 2-3 different angles. They need to take control if they want to see this game out. Right now, 22 seconds remain for Clutch Rain to take this to the game 5. So far ahead of Crookshanks, who never really got a foothold in this game. And this is looking very, very solid. Rafi on the point, 11 and 17, had a really quiet game so far, but he hasn't needed to go big because the rest of his team have gone absolutely huge. And this is again down to Crookshanks to have to break the hill.
They got one last go at this. They're throwing bodies at it, and I think everyone is all but dead. There's one, final one. Doesn't matter. Clutch Rain, stage 2 out of 3 on the reverse sweep here in loser semi-final is now complete. 250 to 154, and we do get that game 5. So the boys from France plus Rafi, shout out to Rafi, must now be feeling pretty good. Be feeling pretty good is what I was meant to say before my
It's been a long
words
game,
just
mate.
stumbled. I know we've still got a few more games to go as well, which is a little bit concerning. But they must be feeling very good now, Pabs, off the back of that. That is now putting the one map away from doing the reverse sweep and going into losers final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's vital for their confidence. It's vital. I mean, across the board, they've come back at times when it really didn't look good. Those first 2 maps, you know, despite how close they were, just looked very strong for Crookshanks. But it's just the complete opposite in Invasion and also, you know, obviously Karachi. So this S&D, it's going to be a different one. We are completely out of the broken buildings and we are into the terminal. It's going to be
A broken
interesting.
terminal.
A broken terminal, yeah. It's going to be interesting though, because this is the first time we've got to see these 2 teams in this situation. It's a lot more cautious, so a lot of the games previous have been completely frantic. So it's going to be interesting to see from a strategic perspective, just like I think Clutch Rain take the advantage into this. For me personally, this could potentially be, you know, Cobra's going to go big. Brezi's got the experience. I just don't know whether Crookshanks have got the nerve now at this point. It's going to be interesting to see how, if they can hold the nerve, if they can. They're very aggressive, and I wonder whether Clutch Train have got the intelligence to be able to use that against them. And I'm sure they have.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think we'll see quite a lot of smoke grenades. We've seen a lot of it on terminal because of how difficult it can be to push some of those bomb sites. But I think we are going to see a very common occurrence of teams on the offense and on the defense for retake utilizing smokes. So we'll have to wait and see. But Clutch Rain, they're on the precipice of a reverse sweep. Or maybe Crookshanks might just slap them down right when they got so close to the end. But yeah, we are going to quickly throw it to a quick break, guys. And when we come back, we will have that terminal game 5 here in loser semi-final to see who goes through to face Potbelly FC. That's an interesting one to say. So yeah, we'll be back in just a sec, guys. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back. Game 5 is underway here in losers semi-final of the Rotation and Katana EU Cup. And I won't do too much backstory because historically Terminal is crash, bang, wallop. There's crash, there's bang, and wallop is short to follow. Yeah, and Felix has provided the wallop. So yeah, blink and you'll miss it on this map. It's mental. Cobra and Twiz find themselves all alone. And say that again. Now Twiz finds himself all alone. Welcome to the map, Pabs.
I mean, you can't beat that for what has been an absolutely bonkers game so far. And again, it's just going to be the AR world that we live in, but 1-0 to Crookshanks. And are beyond trying to predict how this game is going to go. It has been insane roller coaster ride from start to finish. And, you know, both teams have brought their absolute A game to this. It's been a pleasure to cast over. But yeah, this is bonkers. It's so mad. I couldn't tell you. Linny could go huge and drop 14 in this game, but Cobra or Rafi could do the same. It's just fine margins, mate. I'm going to say it now. If this doesn't end up at game 11, I'll be sorely disappointed.
Yeah, so... What's that, game 11? That's a long series, that one.
Round 11, sorry, yeah.
That's all right, mate. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. We're allowed a few. So... all of a sudden, Clutch Rain find themselves in a round where, again, they've lost quite a lot of lives. Cobra is going to reply with 1. And it will now be a 2 versus 3. And the bomb in the hand of Twiz. He is just playing this patiently. They've just got to be careful not to allow Clutch Rain any more additional picks. It looks as though Pac's going to find 1. So now Twiz all alone and feeling blue, ironically enough, for Clutch Rain. As he is now requiring a 1 versus 3 shot in the back. And wow, 2 very quick rounds. In a very short space of time, Pabs, mean that all of a sudden Crookshanks find themselves with a decent-sized cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. In a very similar situation to the first round, Twiz ends up on his own after getting the rest of his teammates picked off. Crookshanks looks solid, but we've seen this before again. So this is an opportunity. Clutch Rain have got to come back big, and they've got to look to their big players, Cobra, Brezzy, Rafi in particular, an S&D legend. So this is going to be interesting. Everyone across the board for Crookshanks doing really well. You can see this push over towards that A plane kind of bomb site. This is something they've tried before and been punished for trying. So I wonder whether they've worked on something overnight. It's going to be very interesting, and they're going to need to get a big pick on Twiz here, and he's going to face down a battle of a few players. F-Dot goes huge, and you can see absolute plane gets peppered.
Yeah, so they will get bombed down, you would anticipate, unless Rafi has anything to say about it. They've got to be careful, though. Pac's going to back out into some shots. He's just about getting away with his life there. He's done well to stay alive through all of that, and now it will be F-Dot that just gets shot in the ankles trying to plant the bomb. So, bomb goes down. And Brezzy, I think, has an eye down that plane. If he's opting to take it, Dizzy will fall, and the round will end. Clutch Rain going to take 1.
Yeah, you've got to be doing something special to get that A-bomb site down and get control of it. It's so difficult to do. You end up Keystone Cop style, kind of bumbling through, and you're always going to lose a player, especially to the player back plane. And then there's the potential problems that come with the plane getting peppered from the side of the terminal, and it's insane. You're probably better off just trying to draw someone out to B and maybe pushing across to A if things aren't going well. We've seen how chaotic it'd be. Clutch get one on the board though, and that's the main thing. They're going to go for kind of a more sensible approach and try and get this geography up. But again, you can see how much kind of like space can be taken up by the defending team.
Yeah, Brezzy gets a bit of info. So too does Pac. We are seeing a bit more of a default setup here, just looking for that opening pick. And the Semtex over that side looks as though it's going to be the green light as the boys from France and Rafi. I keep having to say that because obviously he's been thrown in with the French lads. But now Dizzy gets first blood actually, so that's not ideal. They tried to smoke and work their way in through mid, but I think now the Brezzy's going to get sussed. It's looking a bit bleak for them. Linny sniffs him out, gets the pick, and now Cobra and Rafi have to try and make this work. Some nice shots from Pac will not be enough though. He goes down. Linny is still lurking nearby. Don't know if he managed to retrieve an assault rifle, but he knows that bomb is down, and it looks as though the reinforcements are coming here to help.
Yeah, they're just going to get into a position where they know bomb, and it's going to come down to a little bit of cat and mouse. I think these guys do need to start to think about potentially pushing out. That's going to be an easy kill. That's going to be an easy kill. And Crookshanks are going to state their lead out to 2 rounds. And this is a crucial moment in this series. You know, if they get another round on the board, this could be quite damaging for Clutch Rain in terms of confidence and in terms of how they choose to play their next strategies. So a big round about to come up. Crookshanks looking very, very solid. And it's something we haven't seen a lot from them. This is the first time in this series that we've seen them go big in S&D.
Well, can they continue this trend? Because at the moment, They're looking very good for their money, it must be said. Again, another simple setup. But now the push comes through. They are looking to try and push Twiz out of plane. Twiz has absolutely nothing to do with that. But now, are they actually baiting a bit of a rotation here? They've thrown the smoke. They committed a few bodies. And then the hesitation has now meant that they actually haven't got control of plane. But now Dizzy round the back. This might be the play that works out perfectly for him. There's a man in the corner and Twiz is going to fall. So they pick him out. Now they've just got to try and stay alive. You can see that Rafi is desperately searching to see if there is anyone to pick from. And meanwhile, Linny has got eyes over the front of the plane. So can they get the picks? This time the bomb goes down. But unfortunately, the man who does fall is on the exterior of the plane. So next pick going to be all important.
Yeah, and this is, not the easiest one to defend. They are very well set up, but they're so prone to getting picks just like that. Off-angle, low-angle picks onto your feet and shins. This has got to be a huge defense. 25 seconds. Time not on Clutch Rain's side. One big kill. Is he able to get the second? Oh, he gets the reaction. Second
kill.
No, gets a team kill. It's going to leave it in a 1v1. Brezzy versus Dizzy, the battle of the leaders.
Well, Brezzy's been forced to back up by the nade. 7 seconds. Dizzy's just got to play the timer. He's played it perfectly, has Dizzy. Is he going to get the kill? No, he's not, but his team will get the round. Just played the timer to 7.5. Big brain plays in big moments means that they have now got a 3-round lead here in Game 5. Clutch Rain have done so well to pull this series back to the Game 5, but Crookshanks just seem to be getting a combination of good fortune and big moments like that where they play it smart.
Yeah, I just wonder how much of the EU servers, this kind of balance between a UK EU server latency plays a part in their abilities to get certain picks. These guys have been doing so well throughout the latter part of this series that it would be a shame for them to get absolutely bodied. But again, it would be the way things have gone. This has been the fashion so far. Big 6-1s, 6-2s. Twiz is going to try and rectify that. He's going to get that
big
second kill
kills
as well. Huge moment for Twiz as he makes that a 2v2. And this could be the change in the game that Clutch Rain needed.
Oh, Cobra's prone, though. He's so open. And there's another two-piece from the dot. Crookshanks. It looked as though it might be slipping away from them that round, but then all of a sudden Felix just pops up out of nowhere and takes the bomb planter and the man protecting him down in quick succession and puts them 1 round away. Woo. Call this one, Pabs. Is it a 6-1 or are we going to keep going?
Mate, I saw it on Twitter earlier. Trey said that Felix is a shooter. 9-1 the boy is on right now. Huge performance coming out of the young man. He said this would be his year. I think he's trying to prove it right now. It is early doors though. Clutch Rain still got an opportunity to try and get this round by round. The aggression coming out of Crookshanks. They want to finish this early. Can they get the picks though? There's going to be 2 the fall, 3 the fall even. Poor old Linny in a 1v3.
Well, yeah, that was quick. All of a sudden, Linny's all alone. Is he going to check that corner? He has been spotted now from Rafi, so they've got the information that they need, and I would assume they are just going to try and pin him back now. No options for where to go. It is going to be difficult. He has managed to cross over to plane. Yeah, they're just going to call out every single time they see him cross it. Cobra is going to get caught. Whoa, that was close. Cobra, so close to dying. 25 HP in a dream is what separates him from life and death. But again, they've still got him so trapped here. And with 30 seconds remaining, he just needs to absolutely fry these remaining players. Twiz is up top, goes for the rechow, and they get the kill. So Clutch Rain live to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to take it round by round. They were playing with the food for a large proportion of that. He did have a lot of time, but that spread was just always going to cause him problems. And with him not being able to get any picks at all, he wasn't able to apply any pressure towards the latter stages of that round. So big moment for Clutch Rain. They can eke this slowly but surely. I'm sure Brezzy is saying to them right now, we are not out of this. Let's just get each round. And you saw Crookshanks, they came out the blocks flying. That's largely because of the confidence of the cushion that they've got. That's a beautiful stun there from Linny. He manages to bounce it straight back on himself. And there's going to be a big pushing again. This is going to be huge. But the difference is Rafi is going to drop, but Dot is going to be there to put the pain on. Can he get the third? No, Cobra goes huge. And there is going to be Pack and Linny up against Twiz and Cobra. This is a huge moment for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, Pack's got the pivotal role here at the moment. He's got the eyes over to see if there is going to be any rotation out of that A site. You guys can't see it on your mini-map, but the guys of Clutch Rain are just toying with the idea of maybe taking this bomb somewhere else that isn't A. And as Mike alone would say, that means B. So we go over towards the B site with the 2 lads from Clutch Rain. And now Pack is in the prime spot here. This next pick is going to probably be do or die for them here. Twiz slides out. Info's there. He replies with a couple of shots himself now, but now look at Linny. He's going to be another potential upset here. There's now 1 kill for Linny, but it's a 1 versus 1. Cobra up against Linny. Cobra's on the hunt. Linny might have timed this well, or the shot's going to be clean enough. Cobra, he's just putting a couple of bullets in, but Linny goes for the chow, and he doesn't win it. Clutch Rain stay alive.
Yeah, Clutch Rain do really well, and that's largely the experience of Cobra there, just jockeying about. He knows time is on his side. He knows he needs to get the pick, but he knows Linny is stuck behind that pillar. Really nice plays, really nice shots as well. Linny's been frying for large proportions of the day, but this S&D has not been his thing. You feel that maybe if that was Felix, that's a different outcome, but Cobra makes sure that he gets the round, and his team breathe a sigh of relief as they bring this back to 2-round deficit.
Well, Twiz says nope, going straight back to departures. But he is actually going to try and take this gunfight, which is very brave here from Twiz. The best you can hope for is probably 1, and he's caught with the stun, so he won't get it. But now Linny grabs 1, and it will be F. Dot to grab another. So 2 versus 3, Raffi and Cobra. Bomb goes down. Cobra's at the back of plane here. Are they going to give him anything to work with? Felix, is he going to go on the hunt? Surely he is, and Felix just pushes him out. Absolutely flies it in with the game he's having. 13 and 3 from the dot. He's looking for 14. Is he going to get it? He's desperately trying to run away. But now Raffi, 1 versus 2. Surely Crookshanks don't bottle this one. They've got so much time and space, and it will be Crookshanks to take the round. They take the map, and more importantly, they take the series in the game 5 and go through to losers final.
Wipe your brows. What a performance right there from both teams. Incredible plays from both teams. Unbelievable. 13 and 4 from Felix. 9 non-traded kills in an S&D is something to talk about as well. It is going to be Clutch Rain who do drop at the second or third to final hurdle. It is going to be Crookshanks who move on to play against Steve Vortex in that losers final. And again, you wouldn't want to play against these boys. They finally got a little bit of resilience. We knew they had the talent, but now they have got that resilience. Can they take that step even further? We've got to talk about Clutch Rain though. So close so many times. You feel if they hadn't quite capitulated in those first 2 rounds, this would be a totally different series that we would be casting over. But yeah, hats off to them. They brought their
ladies and gents, welcome to Invasion in the Snow. No, joking, we have a different map. We finally have a sub-base here in losers final between Crookshanks and Potbelly FC. And yes, we've obviously got best of 5 as per usual in this one. And the boys of Foxhead FC are waiting in the final of whoever comes out on top of this series. But again, Pabs, same old story for us guys. Stacked series on the cards for this one. Crookshanks off the back of a big win against Clutch Rain, looking to try and keep that momentum going, but they are up against a different beast. It must be said, Potbelly FC look very, very good.
Yeah, no, one considered factor for Potbelly FC is that every time we've gone into a game with them, we've seen a different map set. We've seen a completely random, not random, but a completely unique choice of maps. So again, this sub-base could be theirs. We could see them take an early lead in this series. That could be another feature, but they did this in the previous round. Are Crookshanks going to be able to counter though? Sub-base is a very, very awkward map. We've talked about that P2, P3 split. It's so important for you to get that side. You can see just how much already Potbelly FC have favoured over towards that back sub spawn.
Yeah, well, one man they're going to have to try and keep quiet in this series to keep Crookshanks on the back foot is going to be this man on your screen. F-Dot has had a blinder of a day. It must be said, him and his team doing a really good job so far. Can they keep this going? Felix for 4 in a row. Is it going to be another one? No, the red arrows are just going to swamp him out of that one. Pax looking for some trades, though. There's one for him. Just going to nade his cover. And the nade does actually hit the man just close round to the corner. So weakened up is a few players. And unfortunately there, Pax gets caught in the crossfire by F-Dot, who does manage to take down a couple. And so too does Linny. So a little bit of a messy opening to this hard point. But it will see Potbelly FC with the lion's share of time.
Yeah, this is going to give them a little opportunity as well. They were spawning out towards that P3 end, but I do think into big kill there, F-Dot drops Weeman, which is potentially would have spawned them out, but you can see now those split spawns coming in for the team in red, and that might favour them as these fights go largely one-on-one. Not going to be any abilities to trade, so it is going to require Crookshanks to take over this P3, and Potbelly looking very strong, straight out the blocks, everyone firing on all cylinders.
Yep, and they have managed to get a man on the hill. And that man is going to be F-Dot, but it's going to be difficult for him to stay alive here. But he does manage to get a kill necessarily where he shouldn't have. It will just cause a little bit of unrest for the time being. Nobody's still currently on the hill from either side as Pac clears off one man in Stevo up the top high ground. But you can see that the players in P2 are just still lurking. Stevo looks as though he's just going to maybe wrap back for the time being. And Linny's going on the chase for a couple. The aim assist through the railings not ideal, which means that he is going to miss a couple of shots. But the rotation now, the gunfights are big, and F-Dot with a huge win on the new hill.
Yeah, this is the player we've been talking about all day. He's such a talismanic figure for Crookshanks. He's been dropping absolute bombs all day, 10 and 6 right now. But this is going to go big. This is that nasty spot we all saw the clip of. Can he replicate that? No, it is going to be Mythics who drops him down. But Linny is going to be there. Another player who's had a really spectacular day to get them to this point in Major. We are 20 seconds in a deficit now. It's been an incredible performance from Crookshanks, but they've got to overcome this largest of hurdles you would suspect.
Oh, nice shots though. Again, from Felix, just coming off of spawn. They do have a trophy, so Harry's going to find it difficult to stay alive where he is. The nade is going to weaken him up, and the shots and nades combine to clear him off the point. Weeman is still contesting that area, not necessarily on the hill, though, and it will be a good couple of gunfights that will now result in potentially what remains of the 20 seconds worth of time. Linny's just going to need to keep his head down and maybe not over-chow anything. He does opt to chow out, but now with the double trophy keeping him nice and cozy in that sub-base area, it will now be an opportunity for his team to take the lead, if by only 1 second or so. But now, rotations over to the new hill. It will be a little bit messy. Harry has managed to get himself over towards this top snow area, and there's a few players that do know his whereabouts now, so who do well to stay alive as he just about gets away by the skin of his teeth. 9 HP is going to be what remains of him, but just by playing his life up there, it's now going to mean that they're going to have to, again, commit more bodies to try and get him out of this high ground.
Yeah, this is it. This is a nice distraction from Harry. It's going to afford them an easy 30 seconds back to extending that lead out to another 20 seconds. So good play from Potbelly. Not really being able to extend it any further since that first hill. So Crookshanks still within a shout, but that feed is very, very red. And that is a worrying sign for the team in yellow. We're so used to being able to dominate in the slaying department. So they've got to go big. I think they're going to need to look at someone like Dizzy, who's presently 10 and 14, to start to add a few more kills to that account. want right now, because right now they haven't had any time over towards this P5, and as we hit that second rotation, you can already see Major Crookshanks looking to think about P1 and P2. A very interesting setup from the boys.
Yeah, Steve-O's taking the long route all the way around. He's going to try and get onto this high ground that we see a lot of ARs dominate from, and Steve-O with the MCW in hand, only able to get one though. Felix turns around quickly. Nobody currently on the hill from either side. It will be Pack now that will get onto it, but he is going to be chowed out very quickly by a couple of players. Somehow plays his life really well here, does Pack. He's got a lot of players around him though that potentially might help him, Felix being one of them and Linny being the other. They do clear out what remains. Yep, Linny able to mop up one, and now Mythix, a man who we know can just flip the switch and all of a sudden drop so many big numbers, is just waiting for the right time to pinch these players out of the hill. On he goes, and his teammates in Weeman and Harry actually do the work for him. The nade of Linny, though, is good, so it will just stop the time from soaking through. And with 10 seconds remaining, you can see F-Dot is at the new hill. They haven't managed to flip those spawns.
Yeah, it's been a really nice control. A little bit from Crookshanks, but breaking and getting that scrap time from Potbelly. Dizzy is on a 5 speed, but yeah, that's going to just extend that lead out again. They just can't really push it past 20 seconds, but this is all going to come down to those rogue spawns. Number 4 in Pack has spawned out towards the back of Submarine. This will give him an opportunity potentially to get an easy pick over towards Harry, but they've managed to get themselves onto that P2 in the second rotation, and that time is going to eke away. F-Dot's going to have to go big here. He's going to need more than a 1. He gets the second. Can he get the next? He automatically turns around looking for the pick in the high ground, but they still haven't quite got the control they need in order to get the remaining 30 seconds as Pack jumps onto the hill.
Oh, nice shots from Pack. Yeah, I'm really surprised actually. Crookshanks, when the new hill was about to pop, a lot of them just started to extend over that middle portion of the map, and it actually caused 2 really grim spawns for Potbelly right outside the next P2. So potentially something in future that they might not be wanting to do. But with 10 seconds still remaining and a little bit of time with Pack on a 5 streak, this is still opportunity for them to maybe get some more time courtesy off the back of a P3. They still have back spawns for now. And this is important for Pack. If he can get a streak here, this might be big. Yeah, 6 in a row now for Pack, hunting for the 7th. He's been really good in respawn these past couple of series, it must be said. 26 and 15 out of him, up against some AR compadres who are not exactly shy of putting up big numbers themselves. Harry's doing the same as well at 23 and 17. But now these players spawning out the back. Felix is going to absolutely rip Steve-O off the heady, but Harry's still trying to play his life. The spawns can be quite sticky over towards this P3, but we are now starting to see the players of Crookshanks spawn out just a little bit too much as Harry tries to get on the hill, but nothing comes of it.
Yeah, that's good. Crookshanks have brought this game so much closer, but Potbelly doing a great job of just forcing the Crookshanks boys off the spawn and not letting them get any time. That's going to be another bit of scrap time, and this could largely go the way of scrap time if this continues. No one really getting a stranglehold in the game so far, and that 20-second barrier only just eked over from Potbelly FC. So Crookshanks, you feel that if they could start to get a little bit of momentum and hold one hill for a portion of time, this game's going to get tied up, and this could be a completely different hard point. And again, don't forget, guys, that this is their absolute probably strongest game mode. So if Potbelly take this, it's looking bleak for the boys of Crookshanks.
Yeah, number 3 there, Felix again going for a little bit of a flank. Nothing comes of it though, only able to pick one off before he does get traded. They're just doing a solid job here of stopping anyone getting on the hill, but saying that Harry is going to be the man that just about manages to slide on. But now, can they keep him alive? That's the question. Can he get involved in the action, while he tries to get some shots off as well? So there's one for Harry. And it will be a decent chunk of time here if they can keep him alive on this hill. 20 seconds is quite a decent lump of it. And has he been stuck? No, but he's been weakened down. Linny's going on the chase for him, hunting him, and somehow it's going to be his teammates that actually keep him alive on the scrap time. Keep an eye, though, number 2, Dizzy, who we've just switched to. He's going to be trying to pinch out a few of these players. Takes Harry off of the existing hill, but now, can he pick off these players on the new hill? Nice shots onto Weeman coming through from Dizzy. There's another man waiting for him in the form of Harry. Can't get the kill onto him, but what he can do is just open up the point for his teammates, and Linny is now soaking up the time.
Yeah, and this is kind of a reversal from the situation they were in the previous rotation, so this is going to be huge for them. They're going to need to take absolutely every second of this in order to stay in this game. You feel Potbelly is just starting to flex, but that kill feed is staying marginally yellow, so really good plays so far from the boys in yellow. 19 and 28 is not where Linny wants to be. Harry's just going to try and get a bit of information. Does drop F-Dot into the next spawn, and it is going to be a huge moment there. Is Potbelly able to take Crookshanks off the kill? Despite that being a 40-second lead, Pack Pack goes big with his own Predator there and drops Wee Man. This is back on the hill. This is vital time for the team in yellow.
Yep, and Dizzy is now finding himself on a streak, so they are doing a good job of just keeping the slaying of Potbelly at bay for the time being. Can they keep it going now? This is a really important kill for Dizzy, and unfortunately for him, I don't think he got the cruise missile to come with all of that effort. I will double check. No, nothing comes of it, so he won't have another streak to work with, unfortunately. And now Potbelly find themselves on the P1. They did a good job of getting a decent amount of time on in the last rotation. Can they keep it going once more here in the third?
This is huge now. They've just ticked over that 200-second mark, and they're well within the realms of being able to win it from this. So contest is going to be important coming out of the Crookshank team. You're going to need the big plays to go big, and that is not what you want, Steve-O, with a big kill on Felix Lino. Linny is going to get back, but again, no one on that time. And as we hit that 1 minute mark, we're going to start to look potentially at the timer being an issue for the boys in yellow. It is going to be, again, 2:14, 20 seconds remaining on this, and that's not going to be enough time to put Potbelly over the line. But again, they have got to think about that P2, otherwise it is going to be game over.
Oh, that was a big kill as well. You could see that, I think it was actually F-Dot was trying to go round the back for the spawns of New, and he does get shot in the back, so those red arrows do actually spawn round the back of P2 once more. And now Lindy's got a job on his hands. How many can he mop up? It's only actually going to have to be one as his teammate in Dizzy helps him out. So trophies down, setup needs to be immaculate now for Crookshanks on this P2. They've got everyone pretty much where they want them, but they are starting to spawn out the back now, our Potbelly, so they're going to have to keep an eye on any players trying to transition over there. F-Dot keeping his head down. He knows that Harry is going to be trying to get him out of that spot, and he will manage to do it. So now, where will the trades come from? Are they going to form a clean break here, the boys in red?
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them if they want to see this game out, and that is about as clean as it gets as you see a three-man sweep as they take over this. Plenty of time for them. I think actually this takes them to 2-4-9 if I'm not mistaken, so they might not be able to win it from here. This is going to be absolutely huge. Contest is going to be vital though. You can see number 2 in Dizzy 28-29 is set up for that P3, but again they don't want to leave all that time going the way of the team in red, otherwise it is fatal.
Yeah, they've got to try and maybe get someone on it to contest it. I don't think they are, you know. I don't think anyone's going to be able to get there, so they're going to have to hang their hat off of P3, and before Steve-O lobs himself off the top rope, and he will get the kill to boot with it. So I don't think they've dealt with him, actually. No, they haven't. So Steve-O's just been an absolute nuisance and the thorn in the side, but now they're starting to spawn in difficult spots. Nobody is going to want to be the man that crosses over and lands on the point, because you're just going to get shot from ARs left, right, and centre. It looks as though F-Dot is going to be the man on the hill now. So the time is just ticking in their favour for now, but all it takes is one clean break. Nice shots from Felix and Pack to take down 2, but they've got to keep these waves at bay.
Yeah, and the other big problem they're going to face is they've got to get all this time and get over to P4. And you can already see number 6 in Mythics is making his way to get set up. And with only 3 seconds needed, this game is going to be almost impossible. Someone really does need to think about potentially trying to make their way into that P4. And it is going to be number 2, Dizzy, with a big fight. He's got to get that kill. That is vital for them. But the time is going to be against them. 2 seconds. It is going to flip over to this P4. This could be vital. They can win it from here. Is Dizzy going to save the day?
Clock is ticking. Everyone needs to watch their respective lanes. Number 3, F-Dot had such a good position to maybe pinch these players pushing through mid. So surely the comm is going to be there that every single man on the side of Potbelly, apart from Harry, is going to be coming through there. So that's 1. Where are the trades? Wee Man gets 1, but F-Dot and Dizzy get the nades in because there's no trophy from Potbelly. So they do breathe, and 10 seconds remain. So they've got to bottleneck straight down the front of the point. Can they manage to get there in time? Their trophies are now out. The nades on their team are coming through, but there's 1 for Felix. There's 2, there's 3, and everyone's dropping, and somehow Crookshanks gets it done on the hard point again.
Incredible performance towards the end between Dizzy and F-Dot as they absolutely come back. We thought it was written in the stars that Potbelly FC were going to take that hard point 1-0, but they could not do it in the end. What a performance from Felix. 40 and 38 with 24 non-traded kills. Oof. Incredible stuff.
Wowee. Well, that was map 1. So we've got quite a series ahead of us. I will just quickly update the old map score as we go. So 250 to 247, and it will be the boys of Crookshanks that draw first blood. Wow, when they rotated to that last hill, Pabs, I thought the break was potentially going to be inevitable, but the trophies and the double nade, I think it was it from Dizzy and Pack, I think, or Dizzy and F-Dot, that managed to just sustain kind of keeping the man alive on the hill. But wow, what an ending to, to a map 1 here. If they're all like this, yeah, we might be in for an evening.
Yeah, I was starting to get that funny voice right at the end there. It's like, I can't keep up. Odysseus got the picks. F-Dot's got the picks. Yeah, incredible end to an incredible round there. And again, it all comes down to being able to protect that player in the back part of that spawn. And, you know, when the time starts ticking, it doesn't matter what team you are, how good you are. You just have to front funnel and hope for the best. Well, unfortunately, they had to come up against Felix and Dizzy, who were absolutely on fire. Large proportions of that, though, the big thing for Crookshanks was they consistently kind of maintained a 20-point deficit. They let it go kind of early on, and there was a point in the middle, I think the latter part of the second rotation, start of the third, where they let it go a little bit further, but they played so well on the submarine hill that they were able to just claw that time back slowly but surely. Pac went big, Dizzy went big, an incredible performance, and that's the level of concentration required after, you know, 8 hours of consistent play against a team like Potbelly FC.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to keep it going, and they're going to have to do it in a map 2 on Invasion, Search and Destroy. So the guys are just going to get lobbied up, and when they do, we will jump straight back into game 2. But we are going to quickly throw it into a quick break, guys, and when we come back, we will have that map 2 on your screen between Crookshanks and Potbelly. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a sec. Ladies and gents, thank you very much for your patience. We are now back in map number 2 here in losers final between Crookshanks and Pop Belly FC. And yeah, that scoreline is right. Crookshanks did manage to take map number 1. I mean, it could have gone either way, to be honest. Let's be real, Pabs. 250, 247. But they're going to be looking now for back-to-back maps against a very well esteemed and prestigious search and destroy roster here that Pop Belly have got.
Yeah, they're going to have to go big. And again, the S&D's a bit of a weird one for Crookshanks, because they've been really good and at times they've been really sloppy. So Potbelly and Steve-O are going to have to get their brains together. I think it's something they're going to be able to achieve, and I can't imagine this won't go to a more tied series. You can see this push across the way, but number 6 in Weeman is going to be patiently waiting to pick that bomb carrier off, and it is going to be F-Dot who falls. It is going to be a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. Linny, though, against Harry in a 1v1 in this first round.
Well, round around they go. Harry, oh, there's the info. There is the info, but now he's got to try and retrieve the bomb. Oh, never mind. He just goes forwards to go and retrieve it. Spots Harry just peeking, and the off angle is perfect to just land the shots and take him down. So Crookshanks, it's going to get harder to say as the evening goes on, I think. If they get through to grand finals, we're going to be like, but yeah, they take round 1.
Or Shanks, I don't know. Maybe none.
Yeah. Well,
F-O and Co.
Shook cranks. We'll just start combining things and do it as a ring to it, I suppose. But yeah, managed to take round number 1. They just got to keep this going now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a lone carrier in Steve Vortex. He's just looking to get that middle ground again. They're very spread out. They look very cautious. They always look for that first pick and then try and take up the ground. You can see a little bit of a stack towards A. It is going to be Linny all on his lonesome, just holding on to 4. So right now it looks like it's a good shout from Crookshanks in terms of the bomb site they've decided to cover, but through that window, are they going to get picked? Is he? Shots. It's going to be a big kill for Steve-O on F-Dot, who goes into the next round, and Major, that is going to be a 4v3 at the 50-second mark.
Yeah, I assume there was a comm that maybe there was only one guy there, because F-Dot did just absolutely lob himself at those players in that proximity. But now, can they get the picks? No, they can't. Pack will fall. 2 versus 4 now. And I would assume that bomb is going to go down very, very shortly. Weeman, I think, has got the information. The one's going through dark. Is he going to fly around? Yes, he is, but straight into the bullets of another Potbelly player. And it will be a round on the board for the boys in red.
Yeah, really nice play. Really kind of cautious, like strategic play from them. They took up quite a bit of geography. They get that first blood, good comms as well to make sure that they don't get overawed. We see a couple of, I don't know, spurious moments where you've got Linney over towards the corner. He decides to push up. He gets punished for it. Actually, I think it might have been Pack. And again, that just leaves them in no man's land in a 2v4. They get slayed fairly easily as well. Potbelly FC looking very confident and very capable in this S&D.
Well, see Harry dropped the trophy and legged it. There was a big heavy hit actually through towards the A site that came through, and now unfortunately it's just going to be Dizzy and Pack in the space of 2 seconds all alone. And they are a little bit split up now, so some big opening picks from Potbelly FC. And Pack is playing with fire a little bit here. He doesn't have any more nades in his pocket, does Harry, so he won't be able to take him down after weakening him up in that situation. But they're going to have to try and work together as a duo. Going to opt to try and smoke his way out of that situation, but number 6 Weedman is ready and waiting for anyone who tries to chow across to him. Dizzy is just going to try and push his way through, but nope, nothing comes of it. Woohoo! Okay, hold that. What a read for that second kill and the shots to boot. Oh my.
Yeah, I think they were set up. They were waiting for that push around. I think they knew that with Harry being over towards the left-hand bomb site, that they had that covered, and that if there was going to be too much pressure, they would look to wrap back. So really clever play right from the outset as well. They read that for Potbelly FC, and again, Weeman already 5-1, looking to strike back against this Crookshanks team. And S&D again, not their forte, but they do tend to have kind of a slow start to this and can come back quite strong. So again, it is going to be Harry just looking down that long street with a dodgy nade. It is going to be Pack and Dizzy return the favour and do Harry and Stevo into the next round.
Yep. So Weeman and Mythics need to try and get picks. There's one for Weeman. Can he get away with his live? 8 HP. He's so weak. Mythics is nearby to help. And fortunately for F. He didn't actually try and push the kill, because otherwise I think he would have been found out there. And Weeman's actually going to get another pick onto F. So now Weeman takes down 2, evens it up, and all of a sudden a round that was looking very, very good for them is looking bad as the duo now managed to take down a 3rd. Dizzy falls and Linney's all on his own.
Yeah, I don't think Linney was expecting to be quite this isolated this late into the round after being in a 4v2 situation. Huge work from Weeman. Not only that, but he's got bomb and the bullets just aren't connecting. That's going to take a little bit of a route, and bomb is going to make its way over. Now, whether they drop this at A or look to potentially flank it, probably the smarter decision will be to get this down. Linney probably going to try and get a peek. Again, he can be kind of a rambunctious player, so this could be very interesting. Is he going to try and push through? Is he going to hold to see where they come from? And this cafe standoff looks like it's about to begin.
Yeah, well, Weeman is literally the other side of the wall here. Oh, Mythics has spotted him. Here comes Weeman. He's looking for what I believe. Oh, never mind. He doesn't get the kill. I swear, Linney was so weak, but he doesn't manage to get the kill. And now Mythics lines up for... Oh my God, what a round. What have I just seen in that round? That was so bizarre. My emotions. Oh my goodness, roller coaster, anyone? Jesus.
Yeah, it's not often you get to see such an infurious display of incredible gun skill reaction time. But there you go. You know, we talk about these guys having just absurd abilities when it comes to their reactions and their accuracy. And there you go, 2 extreme examples from either side. But it does put Potbelly into the advantageous position of being in a 2-round advantage. And that's not a place Crookshanks want to be, but we have not... We've seen them in this position before and not written them off, and that is huge. F-Dot goes big on Weeman, but the trade is out. It is still going to be a 3v2 major with Potbelly with the advantage.
Yep, opening part of the round isn't looking that good now as Linney again finds himself alone. Can he manage to pick off 1? Oh, he's just missed out on Stevo. Stevo knows he's there though, and now it's going to be ever more difficult for Linney. They're just watching all the angles that he could possibly arrive from, really. Stevo's watching dark. I think Harry is watching mid-map. And meanwhile, you've got Mythics just playing his life further back. So this is going to be a very, very difficult ask of him here. 40 seconds still remaining. The bomb in mid, though, you do fear Harry's going to spot him. He does. The info's there. Somehow Linney manages to slither across middle map. But he's still got to try and plant this bomb.
Yeah, I mean, again... He's got to get a huge amount of kills against 3 very talented players, and I just think it's too little too late. 22 seconds. I think he's going to find himself on the receiving end of another kill, and Potbelly FC extend that lead to 3 rounds. It's been a dominant performance, Major, and we said that we've seen a couple of 6-1, 6-2s, and it's heading that way right now.
Yeah, well, 3-round deficit is going to be very, very difficult now for Crookshanks. They just haven't really been able to get opening picks after the first 20 or 30 seconds of each round, it feels as though they're down a man, if not two. And then, unfortunately, Linny just seems to be left as the last man in quick succession. So, what's the plan this time? F-Dot is getting very aggressive in towards this front side of mid, but he won't get the kill. He will just weaken up one player. He's got to be careful, though, because now they know his whereabouts. You can see there is now going to be a bit of a stack of red in towards this middle building. Sees the end of the gun, though. Steve-O unfortunately peeks it, and Steve-O falls. Can he get a second? No. Mythic's swift in. No hesitation at all, but Wee Man off the top rope here is going to be triggered, and there's going to be a couple of people that are going to pinch him out. So 2 versus 3. Mythic's has bomb, but his teammate is going to need to help him out a little bit here because they're stuck. And whoa, how is he alive?
Yeah, Pack just getting those shots down towards A Street. So a little bit of support going to come the way of Dizzy and Linny. They've got sight over towards that mid, so a little bit of a trap being set. The boys are going to try and push out and try and get this. It's easy shots onto Mythics. He is forced to back up. I think they're going to have a rethink. Number 8 in Mythics is just going to, number 5 and Harry is just going to try and push out. Again, these guys very brave. They're going to have to get a ton of picks. That's going to be a pick for Linny, and that is going to be game. And they're going to bring that back to a 2-round deficit, and that's exactly where they need to be. Start to place that little bit of doubt in Potbelly FC. They're so confident at the minute, and I think they feel that they've got the strategic advantage, that if Crookshanks can just bully them a little bit more and take up the ground. Nice play from Felix at the start to just get inside their heads, take up a ton of ground, get themselves a pick, get that first blood, and that's another round on the board.
So 4-2 is the score. Now going into round number 7 with Crookshanks back on the offense. So stuns is going to be what Harry opts to do to give him a little bit of information. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you can see Wee Man and Linny. How crisp are the shots? That's the question. But they are edging their way down this site, and there's the information that Harry needed. And you can see the red arrows nearby are just going to gather their attention over to this side more so than that A site. You guys can't see it on the mini-map, but number 4 in Linny is going to be in a prime opportune position to maybe make a play from this one. The first blood, though, unfortunately doesn't go their way. F-Dot has managed to get himself across to Broken, but now this is the difficult position that he finds himself in. He's got one, and Linny, here he goes. He strikes on the pinch. He's only able to get one, though. Wee Man gets 2, one with a nade on Felix, who was one shot, and one with bullets, and just like that, that round is wrapped up.
Yeah, Potbelly just really strong there. Linny not able to take advantage. 2-3 kills in that position is a big ask, and I don't think he realized that the player was just inside mid and he was able to come around and get that kill, and then it all fell apart from a position where Crookshanks really should have brought this down to a 1-round deficit. Potbelly FC just stretch it out. Wee Man on a 10-4. Incredible performance to potentially bring this back to parity. 1 round away from tying the series up, or can Crookshanks do something special?
Yeah, such a criminally underrated player, by the way, Wee Man. Like, how we talk about Steve-O, I think Chill is just as valid for the shout of getting a call up at surely some point, especially after the year he had last year. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. But it will be, again, a little bit of a standoff, and Crookshanks surely going to be begging for a first blood anytime soon. Oh, so there's some info. And now they're going to get a little bit aggressive. Wee Man weak, and unfortunately he will fall. But Steve-O very quick to the trade. There is still going to be another gunfight on his hands. Whoa, and Dizzy just going to force him to back up, and he makes the reads onto Mythics as well. Really nice work from Dizzy. Instantly snaps onto the position of where the reinforcement was coming from, and all of a sudden 2 versus 3.
Yeah, really nice play from Dizzy. We do expect that. It is going to be a 2v2. Steve-O and Harry up against Dizzy and Pack. A big moment right now. I think this is a round they desperately need to win. The pressure is on Potbelly, though. Pack goes and gets a pick, but the trade is out. So it is going to be those leaders in Steve-O and Dizzy looking to get the picks. Right now, Steve-O in no man's land. Has he read this? This could be a moment. Dizzy plays life. Oh my day. Steve-O backs out like a sneaky eel. Incredible play, and he's straight. No, he's going to wrap back round. I don't know if Dizzy's going to have read this. And he's going to get that bomb plant over towards a big Mekon brain on Steve-O.
Oh no, Dizzy. Reverse Uno card. Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, I'm so confused. Okay, he knows the bomb's down now, so he knows where Steve-O is. Can he win the gunfight? Oh, that's a big ask. Off that heady, that is not ideal. Is he going to manage to go ring around with him? Oh my goodness, it's Battle of the Big Brains. This is so cat and mouse here. It's like from heady to info. He's just going to stick it now. Is Steve-O going to make the read here that he's on the bomb site? He sees the leg. Dizzy does get tagged up, and Steve-O just does what Steve-O does. He manages to clutch it up when it matters the most, and Potbelly take the round, and more importantly, they take the map 1 apiece.
Yeah, 6-2 as well. Dominant fashion. Really interesting to see those dynamics as the players just go head to head. Again, a stellar performance from Weeman, but Steve-O right there, 10 and 5. Incredible plays to bring that back. And we talk about how good they are strategically. Well, they just dominated the map that we've seen the boys from Crookshanks actually prosper on time and time again. Again, we are in the latter stages of this tournament, so you expect some big plays, but my God, 6-2 is a statement game when you consider the hard point was 250 to 247. This is a really trepidatious position for the boys in Crookshank to be in. They've got to go into a control game where they aren't the favourites. They've often, you know, in terms of their slaying power, look really good, but this doesn't count in this game.
Yeah, and Karachi Control, I think we have seen them play this map as I frantically look through Karachi Control. Yeah, so they did beat Noctum Esports on it. It was a close game, though, at 3-2. And I think that was the only one that we've seen them on it. So, yeah, it was a close game, and I would anticipate that this Potbelly FC team will be very, very good at Control. Let's make no mistakes about it, but we will have to wait ever so slightly, guys, for that map 3 to get started. Hopefully not too many bugs, so we won't have too much of a break in between map 2 and 3 as we did between 1 and 2. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after this short break with map number 3 here in Losers Final. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back. We are here with Map 3 in losers final of the Rotation and Katana EU Cup, sponsored by the Wired Lobby. And, well, perhaps Map 1, surprised. Map 2, potentially not so much. Potbelly look very good in Search at the moment, it must be said, and they're going to be looking off the back of that to really spring forth off this series and arguably, you would say, at least get them ready for the final, which they're probably already going to be looking towards, question mark?
Yeah, question mark is that Weeban's already started 3-0, so he's made a statement already. He went absolutely huge in the S&D major, and he's gone absolutely huge in the control already, 2 off that potential cruise, which could be huge. And we've got it already, Potbelly looking to run rings around the team in yellow. They've got themselves a little bit of a 2-life lead, and they're looking to extend it. Linny just cannot find anyone. He's finally going to get a pick and then just dip out, but potentially is going to look to just try and make another route. Mythics gets hacked up. Oh my days, Mythic absolutely bodies back, but Steve-O is going to be there to drop Linny. Oh, and he just puts Dizzy in the back pocket too.
Yeah, well, the camouflage of Steve-O quite fitting actually for his team colours, but it will now be B point pretty much done. Wee Man gets it over the line. Oh my goodness. Okay, they might have woken the beast a little bit after that map 1 because they are now combining for 10. Harry will fall eventually to the shots of F. Dot as they look to try and collapse in towards those players. But Mythics, is he going to get... Oh my god! I could just hear "Thoo" in my head literally as he flew off the top there. F. Dot. But he manages to get the kill. He takes the man off the hill. He doesn't stop the first tick, however, but that is... I've got to screenshot that. That was an incredible moment.
Someone get into After Effects and put a cape on him. Incredible dive off the top to get the kill. Mythics there, going to get that pick, and just about back was just managed to get that reaction in. Mythics so difficult to take down, going 1v1 against Felix. This is going to be a backyard battle as Weeman looks to destroy Dizzy, which he does do. Again, a great start from the big man himself, 6-1 it right there. But they are just slowly but surely eking time over towards A against Steve-O. Just going to be the lone man on the point. Going to finally get taken off by Linny, but this is huge right now. Not one person really able to take control, and this is a worrying moment for Crookshanks. They've got themselves into a 2-life deficit.
Shots.
This could turn very quickly into a TDM.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult though for Crookshanks. Obviously, with only 1.5 ticks required. Oh, but look at Dizzy on the flank. He might be able to kill a few here. Oh no, he's going to opt to get one and just dip out. So playing it smart. Harry's up top. Might be able to get a second. Nice work from Dizzy. Really good routes here that he is running at the moment with this rival 9. There's still going to be one man currently on the chase of him, number 4 in Mythics. And Mythics shots into 1. Finally gets the kill. Now 10 plays 9. But now, where do they try and regroup and push this from? They keep persisting with pinching here at the moment to Crookshanks. And it looks as though Linny's going to do exactly the same as his teammates. Can he grab one? Yes, he can. 3-4. And this is looking doable.
Yeah, absolutely. With only 28 seconds left on the clock, it is going to be left to Potbelly to go big. Don't write them off, though. I've seen a 17-second comeback in the control from Potbelly, so they are capable of going disgusting. But it's huge right now for Crookshanks to hold this defensive line. A very big game for them. I think they've got to go into the hard point in the lead, otherwise it's going to be huge problems. Linny, F. Dot, and Pack teaming up right there, and with 5 seconds remaining, this is looking very dubious. Can Mythics change the course of the game? Can anyone react? No! It is going to be a big shot major from Linny towards the end, and Crookshanks are going to get 1 on the board.
Well, in that B point got done so quickly and they had a bit of a life count advantage. I thought that was going to be textbook Potbelly, really. That's a strange image to think of. But the boys in red, yeah, they just kind of opted to leave the back door open a little bit for a lot of flanking from Crookshanks. We saw Linny do it. Dizzy did it as well, actually, coming through the bottom side of the map as you see it on plan. But it's going to be difficult for Crookshanks to maybe keep doing that. You do fear that the boys of Potbelly will just start reading that if they persist at doing it. So we'll have to wait and see anyways, but now it's going to be Crookshanks on the offense, and this heavy hit over towards B has already started to fall flat on his face.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one. They didn't quite get the geography I think they needed, and they're not winning their gunfight, so it is going to make a difference. That's going to be a 2-piece there. Pack does get traded out, though. Steve-O's going to go big, but get taken down by Linny, and again, not much control by way of area. They're going to get 1 player on, but look at number 1 and Harry, so patient. Just going to sit and bide his time, play his life, make sure that no one else can push through. Linny goes big as well, and that is going to be a big moment. They've got 1 player over towards H, so they are stopping the time at an important point. 57 seconds, but again they are going to deal with that person on B, and right now this is such a difficult point, so exposed, and those players in yellow not quite set up for that defense.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Harry as well. Number 8 Linny has been paranoid about the flank, and he is just waiting for the right time to move, but Harry has played this so patiently, and there he will strike. So the second tick of A is done, and the third looks as though it's pretty much inevitable. And look at number 7, F. Dot. Is he going to check his corners here? No, he's not. Mythic's just laying prone. Is going to catch him out, and they do know the whereabouts of Harry now as they go on the chase, and Dizzy will hunt him down and get rid of him. So a little pause for the time being in kills, but not for very long as Dizzy's able to pick Wee Man off. Now, where do they decide to try and push this from? It looks as though they're going to try and bully themselves through top and bottom red. Can they do it well enough? That's the question. The trades look all right for now. 3 versus 3, and there is going to be a relatively close spawn for Dizzy, actually, as he gets straight back into the action, but he's going to spawn in and run straight into the shots of Mythics, who's ready and waiting, but they know the whereabouts of him now. Are they going to try and trade him out? And he's actually managed to work around the back somehow, and his teammate there in Steve-O is going to help him out, and they drop all those players.
I just don't get how he's managed to get around the back without any comms whatsoever. They know the player's there. They know that he's probably going to try and push through and get around the back, but they're so focused on the front that they've just let themselves go under, and they've still got a life advantage despite that incredible 2-piece. So 16 lives, plays 17. There is only 1 minute left on the clock, though, and look down, which I mean, Major potentially only got 2 big opportunities to get to this B. It's got to be a 25-second setup to get to it, and you've got to get your picks, and that is not going to help.
No, they've unfortunately cemented one man in Harry on a heady, and he's going to be so difficult to shift from this back position now. Whoa, there you go. Lock in, boy. That was some shots and a half, and he's managed to take Linny down as well. So now 15 plays 14, but only 30 seconds on the clock. That's the thing that's going to be the thorn in the side of Crookshanks. You do feel in towards the later part of this round. They haven't got any ticks on B either, so they're going to have to try and open up the kills quick. But again, number 4, this time Mythics, but they make the read onto the flank, and now all of a sudden Wee Man has got a huge job on his hand over towards this back alley side. They're desperately trying to flood over to help him. All those red arrows, and now here come the reinforcement. The charge of red is there, but the kill feed is well and truly yellow. Steve-O now has to try and get in, and there's so many corners to check. Does he wait? Are they going to bait him? There's one for Steve-O. Where does he go next? That's the question. Where does he try and position himself? And it's actually going to be his teammates that go in the hill and clear them off.
Yeah, that's been really good for them. With only 12 seconds remaining, and still a whole tick to go. A really nice defense. Wee Man in this back alley part, just holding that wall heavy patch. Going to try and get fires in, but with 2 seconds remaining, that is going to be a Potbelly FC tie right there as they bring this control back to parity. Impressive, really, in the end, but so chaotic as well. I feel, Major, that in many ways, Crookshanks really need to push that level of chaos in order to maintain some kind of slaying parity with the team right now, who are going absolutely off. You look, Dizzy and F. Dot both in single figures, whereas the rest of Potbelly FC are pushing that double figure.
Yeah. So Steve-O is struggling a little bit, sacrificing his life for the greater good, as per always, as we're used to seeing Steve-O do. But first round on the board, that's the all-important thing for them. As now we see that push onto A. And it looks as though F. Dot has already been snipped out a little bit as he tried to get the players off the points. They are hesitating just a little bit. Mythics is getting that all-important progression and stopping that all-important timer. Whoa, almost there for Dizzy, but it's not going to be enough, and that kill feed's red. Here comes the wave, though, but Linny, how many can he trade out? It's only going to be the one, and that first tick is done. And look at number 2, Wee Man. He's not hesitated at all. He's gone straight over towards this back alley side. The trophy's out, so the nades won't do much, and there they are, fish in a barrel. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Wee Man has arrived, and it looks as though this B point is potentially going to get out of hand quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got an opportunity to stack it. They have only got 1 player on there at the minute, but that's not going to last too much longer, especially if they consistently get picks. Now, this is all going to come down to patience. Do Potbelly FC rely on the one person to get this time over? But if they do that, they're probably going to get a consistent amount of kills as well, and that is going to be huge, because right now they've got a 7 life deficit. Major, this control is getting out of hand for Crookshanks. It's slowly but surely slipping away. They're going to really need to have a regain, a rethink, and they're going to need to go big on this A defense.
Yeah, well, they're all set up. Will they send someone top third? That's the question. That's usually a very powerful spot to overlook that A site. There's a couple of players over from Potbelly over towards this top AC area. Steve-O's in red. And Wee Man's out the back here. He might be able to... Oh, there's one literally to his right. He's going to get shot in the back. Oh, that's so unfortunate there for Wee Man. So some rough timing means that he goes down. But Mythics will manage to clear out one. And there's a lot of players over towards Chicken Coop in that back corner of the map. So the spawns will just flip to as you'd expect them. But now with 1.5 ticks, you do fear that potentially one good surge of kills and a stack might potentially cause the end of this round for Crookshanks.
Yeah, this is going to be a big moment for them, a big load of kills. They've managed to bring this back to within 4, which is vital for them. But again, they need to stay strong and they need to play the lives. Harry just getting tagged up there. Right, a dubious nade, and it is going to be the players in yellow. That's a nice set, but a huge kill there. Wee Man takes Dizzy over distance, and again, it's going to rely on Lin. Huge shot there as he drops Steve-O. Pack's going to drop Wee Man as well. This is almost parity in terms of lives. 15 lives plays 12. They have got someone on the hill, and that is a problem because they only need 1.5 ticks. So you can see those yellow arrows, Major, starting to rush forward.
Oh, shots.
Dizzy, you beast.
Well, there's one for him. He got the second as well. Wee Man, though, replies with 2 of his own. And he's got 3 as Chill. He's got 4. That's the clean wipe, and that is everything they need now to get that point potentially done. In go the bodies, and they land on the floor, face down, pot belly on the back of a Wee Man 4-piece. Will shoot straight through Crookshanks and take another round.
Just as you're about to say, Dizzy, well done, Wee Man goes and absolutely blows everyone out the water. Incredible play at the end, getting those 4 kills. Quick reactions, and we talked about Crookshanks needing to throw a little bit of chaos in. Well, it doesn't matter when you've got Wee Man 21 and 15 head and shoulders above most of the players. Pack on 22 and 17 must feel like he's dragging some dead weight. F dot though 11 and 18, a play that kind of that you would want him to go bigger in a control like this. Really struggling, and again 2-1. This is not looking great for Crookshank.
Well, the opening play looks as though it's going to be over towards the A site. Harry's able to take down Linny, who was alongside Dizzy in the hill. Oh, and he's managed to stuck one straight to the knee, and it's actually going to be his own nade that he sees the end of. Mythics and Potbelly. Oh, Wee Man close to streaks, not able to get it, but they do have a lot of control now. At least for the time being. You've still got number 4 here, Mythics. SMG, or the hit range isn't necessarily the best, excuse me, as it is now going to be. A little bit more progression for Crookshanks maybe on that A point. They've opted actually no to try and push through and maybe play for kills. Oh, wow. Crispy from Steve-O. He was 10 and 18, I think, at one point, so he is now starting to heat up a little bit, which is not going to be what Crookshanks fans are going to want to see.
Yeah, there's a big job here. Number 8 and Linny's got a really solid task on his hand. There's 3 players do converge on him. Not able to get that first pick, and there is going to be a solid defense. But that is going to free up the boys in yellow. A little bit of an opportunity maybe to get into position over towards this A site. As the arrows in red do start to converge. A nice setup. You would think they might be able to get this ticked over. 1.5 remaining. Major time really of the essence though. 32 seconds on the game clock. Is that the important factor in this game? 1 round away from taking the series lead for Potbelly. Or can the boys in Crookshanks tie things up? Still very tight, Major, in the kill lives.
Nice shots again from Steve-O. Oh, they are on the point though, and that A point is now done. So trailing by 3, but they now have an additional 1 minute on the clock. So 1 minute 30 to work with here. And this time it's going to be Dizzy, number 6 on your mini-map, that's going all the way around towards that back alley side. Oh my goodness. Well, hello, there's a spawn. That's a control one for you. Straight in the back pocket, literally, of Dizzy. Is he going to check the same corner that F-Dot died in? No, he's not. But now, yellow arrows, hello, they can actually get on towards the point here. This is probably their best chance, but they are just hesitating a little bit before crossing. They don't want to allow Harry into this power spot over towards the back of Calf, and it looks as though that's exactly what they're going to do. So Pack, with the stun, going to fly onto him, and that's a really big kill, actually, for Pack. But now he needs help, and he needs it quickly, because they are starting to fly around him.
Yeah, number 6 there is going to be the player looking to try and get in the back. It is going to be Dizzy having to mount the wall and get over the back. He needs to get a pick. Oh, Dizzy and F-Dot both team up, so that's going to clear out that B point. And again, they need to get those yellow arrows over to get as much support as possible, as quickly as possible. Number 1 in Harry is going to be coming up on those boys. Probably going to be in an elevated position as they slowly get that B captured, and this is vital for them. And as you say, Harry just gets that pick on Pack, and that could be big as number 8. I think it is Linny out the back who's got to go huge well, and that's not good.
Yeah, well, Linny, do they know he's in here? I would assume they're going to go hunting for him, and they do. Linny with 1, the trade surely going to come through. Yes, it will, so they still control that point as of yet, do Potbelly FC. But they need to at least stave off one final wave. Pack's able to get an opening gunfight, but again, this time it's Harry playing the pinch from top red. This is a very common thing that we're seeing from them now, and Harry with one, Harry with two. Last man near the point will be Pack. He's got to stop the clock, but he's just got to keep aware of there's so many people looking to try and take him out of this point, and that's exactly what happens. Now it's up to Linny. Can he make the play? There's going to be two that line up potentially round the back, but no, he can't get it done. The timer is gone, the map is gone, and Potbelly now will take the lead in this losers final 2-1.
Yeah, heading into a hard point, no less, and this is going to be do or die for Crookshanks. You know, it's going to be their favoured game mode, but Potbelly FC absolutely with the momentum. Weeman 27 and 21 with the 24 non-traded kills. A Pack trying to do everything he can on the opposite side with 27 kills, but it wasn't enough in the end, and that is going to be the lead for Potbelly FC. One round away from going into that grand final, but can Crookshanks bite back in the hard point in Karachi?
Well, 3-1 in map number 3. And there's just confirmation of it on your screen, guys. So map 1 goes in favour of Crookshanks, 250 to 247. But 6-2 and 3-1 are now going to put the boys of Potbelly FC in the driving seat, if they can fit behind the steering wheel. And it will now be... so I could resist that one. Karachi, hard point for map number 4. And a potential for Skid Row game 5. But you do fear, Pabs, that Potbelly FC have started to wake up a little bit here, and on the back of 2 very, very convincing maps, it must be said, they're probably going to come out pretty hot in map number 4 and want to push themselves into that grand final. I don't anticipate we'll see a slow start here from Potbelly, so Crookshanks are going to have to hit the ground running, really, in this map 4.
Yeah, and they're going to need all players on hand as well, because we know how big the individuals in Potbelly can go. Steve-O can drop an 11 streak whenever he wants, and it's same for Weeman. So it's going to be all hands on deck. They can't afford anyone to drop off, so they can't afford Linny to go double negative. They can't afford Felix, who had a terrible start to the control, to go in any way negative. They need to be dropping bodies. This is going to be interesting. They need to fly out. I do feel like you're right, Potbelly are going to come out strong. They want to get a stranglehold in this game, and they're going to want to see things, a 50, 60 point lead well into the end of the first rotation.
Yeah, so we are just going to quickly throw it to a quick break, guys, and when we come back, we will have that map 4. They are getting the lobby ready once again, so provided no glitches and no issues, we should have that one very, very quickly. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with that map 4 in just a second. Ladies and gents, welcome back to Losers Final of the Rotation and Katana EU Cup, sponsored by the Wired Lobby. Map 1 went in favour of the boys in yellow. Map 2 and 3 have very much been one-sided in favour of Potbelly FC, and they are now one map away from booking their place in the grand final, where they will face Boxhead FC. So plenty to play for still. Crookshanks, don't count them out just yet, but the boys in red looking to get off to a very hot start, and that's exactly what they've done, Pabs.
Yeah, nice little two-piece coming in for Harry and Steve-O, getting a quick 4 on the drop. It is going to be the boys from Crookshanks just looking to tag things up. And a little bit of time going the way of Potbelly, but again, a slow start as people try and position ideally for that P2 spawn. P1 being largely left alone. 13 seconds remain. Potential scrap time going to go the way of Potbelly as they make their way over to what could be a very difficult P2. We can already see number 5, Major Pack, just trying to get into that power position where the boys in red cannot cross. They do need a little bit more support. You can see number 7 is just looking for any potential flank, and this could be huge. I wonder if he's going to decide to move from this spawn. Could be vital. 7 making his way forward. Huge plays.
Oh man, they've broken in. That seemed way too easy there, unfortunately. For Crookshanks, this is a hill that they've been leaning on multiple times in this game mode and map, and they have now just completely fumbled it after dropping 20 seconds of the opening time, so they do find themselves on the back foot already. Unfortunately, I think it was Linny that was going around the back of Caf that just got caught in sprint, and unfortunately for him, that kill might prove pivotal already. Number 2 here, Wee Man's going to be chasing down Dizzy. As you can see, 3 players. The battle for this next hill is going to be absolutely monumental, with players throwing themselves absolutely everywhere. Big kills, though, from F. Dot. He had a quiet map last time, and he's looking to try and emulate what he did in map number 1, but Wee Man chops him down. Harry and the boys looking solid for the next hill, and this is looking like a big gap already, Pabs.
Yeah, we knew they'd come out the blocks flying. They've just absolutely dominated P2. I mean, Harry was ready on P1 with about 40 seconds left on that P3, sorry, ready on P2. So huge plays and huge commitment coming out of Potbelly, who just want this game over and done with. And right now, mate, the kill feed, I would say, has been 80% red, and that is not what you want to see. Every player going positive, or at least in parity, for the boys of Potbelly right now.
Man,
need to regain, mate. They need to bring that form that they had in the previous hardpoints back to bear.
Yep. And Linny's struggles do continue. Oh, but I tell you what, Horrid Harry's do not. 5 in a row now for him, combining for 9 with him and Wee Man. Quite an impeccable duo of Challenger ARs, you've got to say. But they are chewing through Crookshanks at the moment, and that deficit is growing ever more now. So they're going to have to bank on a hill that hasn't been too kind to them in terms of hill time on towards the P4. But we'll have to wait and see how they opt to try and play it. So Steve-O already trying to work some magic around the back of the hill. He's taking the slow route all the way round. The hill has just popped, and on the back of a good bit of scrap time here, they are now in prime position to just play this patiently, Pabs.
Yeah, this is a chaotic hill at the best of times. You can see those boys poised to break in. They're going to try and retain position. Again, it's going to come down to this 2 players. And Wee Man, what can he do in the front? The play's still alive. Oh my God, F with the drop shot, shades the handgun. I'm going to choke to death, Major. You might have to step in.
So, still 60, but they need to try and hold this at the moment. It's not going to be easy for them. Steve-O just over towards top bed. I think Pack spots his feet actually on the high ground, but the gun run of those 2 SMGs up top are going to combine, but it will still be Crookshanks' last men standing inside the hill. But you can see already that Potbelly have now put themselves in a position to try and lock down P5. Not necessarily an easy hill to break, and on the back of some really rough timing, it's going to be a little bit harder. But at the moment, Harry is having the game of his life, Pabs. 11 and 2. They've got to try and keep him quiet here. He's got a huge chunk of hill time as well. If they don't keep him quiet, this one will pretty much be gone before they've even started.
Yeah, I mean, we worried about the previous game where I think it was Boxheads didn't get out of 86 points. I'm not sure whether Crookshanks are going to get another 10 seconds in this game. Harry is essentially unstoppable. Dizzy finally getting the pick, but they can't get any control of the kill as yet. And that's going to be Linny going big as well. Again, these are just 1v1 gunfights, and they're going to get traded out, and that's exactly what happens as Wee Man is going to just take control. The yellow arrows, Major, not able to make a dent, not able to really get involved in the game at all, and they consistently chalking time again, scrap time over and over again in order to get set up on hills that they're getting bullied off.
Yeah, a 100-point deficit is not what they want to see now going into the new hill. And the P1, you can get a decent chunk of time on it, but you do rely on some big slaying power to keep the man alive. And unfortunately, Linny's still struggling. Dizzy is still struggling. It's only F-Dot actually that's positive on the roster of Crookshanks, so they're going to need something special now in the middle portion of this hard point. Or potentially the later portion, you could call it, if Potbelly keep going the way they are. But we'll have to see how the next gunfights unfold. They're going to flood through that mid-cut area. In goes one. Dizzy able to grab one pick when Felix can't make the trade. Dizzy gets a second as well. Somehow stays alive, but Pack makes a trade himself. And now up against Stevo on the hill. This is a big moment in the game, potentially, and it just seems to keep going the way of Potbelly FC. The nade will take Stevo out the point as the pinstripe kill feed continues to just go back and forth consistently. And Mythics ends that trend with a nice two-piece.
Yeah, and that's going to be a block right there for that P2 spawn, which the boys from Potbelly got themselves into that 100-second lead. So a big problem facing the team in yellow, because right now Stevo absolutely dominated this hill. They took almost 60 seconds from it, and they were settled for P3 in the first rotation. So you've got to watch one of their players potentially just chalk this hill of 40 seconds. Not chalk it, but get themselves settled on P3. So right now, this back and forth, no one really getting to grips from Crookshanks. This is very, very dubious for them.
Yeah, but a stronghold here on P2, which we have seen. They are now set up and they are ready to go. So now, will they watch the lanes that they need to? Dizzy's going to get taken down out of top fire. Not ideal, and they managed to take two. So now that's surely going to be the green light, and Pack falls inside the hill as they crumble again on P2. One of the easier hills to hold, and Crookshanks just can't do it, it seems, in this map. 5 in a row now for Wee Man as he looks to try and push himself out towards a cruise missile. But man, they just can't afford to crumble like that, Pabs, in this game, because otherwise they will get punished, and they are getting punished.
Yeah, the thing is, the players in Potbelly so used to these later stage parts of the tournament. Their consistency and concentration is impeccable, and you know, they just seem to have constant energy. They never seem to flounder. Great play from Weeman as he's managed to get onto that P3 and Major. It's not going to be game over from this point, but it could very much get close to it. They've got to break in. They've got to get a contest.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it's not looking great. They're slowly starting to stagger in one at a time. That's another couple of players that are going to come off spawn. And it should be all the way in the bottom left of the mini-map. And it is. So number 6 and number 8, Dizzy and Linny, they have got to leg it across to the hill again. And Pack is the only man near at the moment. And they do win off of this hill, Potbelly. So they've got to form a contest. But they've got to try and compose themselves. They aren't going to get clubbed. But they're on the limit at the moment as they do just about get 100 points. But at the moment, it is looking doom and gloom. Stevo's watching over one side of the map. Not an ideal gun to do it with here with the rival 9. Whoa! I'll just stop talking because Stevo just proved me completely wrong as he just rips the wig off Linny, and it's just going from bad to worse at the moment. 8 seconds remain. This is going to be a bloodbath towards the end of it potentially here for Crookshanks. I don't think they're touching it. They are not, and unfortunately they won't touch the trophy in this tournament because they will be eliminated off the back of an impeccable end to that series on the back of Potbelly. They just look so good in that one. 250, 100. Wow.
Yeah, you just can't stop them from the outset. They just looked incredible. Wee Man dropping a 4-piece out the blocks. I think actually maybe 2 with Stevo, but just at times they just looked unflappable. And Crookshanks looked like a different side. I don't know whether it's the time or whether they're just not used to that level of concentration, but they just couldn't get the kills. And in the end, it was back-to-back 3 maps in a row. We don't get to see Skid Row, but we do get to see probably the final that we wanted. And are the boys from Potbelly going to be able to get revenge on Boxhead?
Well, this is the question. We have got the 2 Titans of EU Challengers COD in the final, probably the 2 that you would have picked to make the grand final, but it is going to be a Potbelly FC versus Boxhead FC final, and we did have this series in the winners final. Apologies, almost said the losers final. In the winners final, where Boxhead took it in the game 5, albeit in a very bizarre fashion with a casual 6-0 in game 5. But regardless, we are going to have an absolutely stacked grand final. So I do believe it is best of 7. I will just double check to see if it is a double elim grand final or whether it is just grand final. So we will just quickly throw it to a quick break, guys. But congratulations to Potbelly FC. They have booked their ticket in the grand final, and unfortunately for Crookshanks, they will finish top 3, but not a bad result by any means for those boys. I'm pretty sure they will go away and come back stronger. But we will throw it to a quick break, guys, while the guys do vetoes and get lobbied up for that grand final. But don't go anywhere. We will see who will be atop Europe's throne in a bit, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to episode 37 of Hackers Exposed. Benjamin Bands. No, I'm joking. We've had quite the intermission, Pabs. But we are here finally with the grand final of the Rotation and Katana Cup, sponsored by the Wired Lobby. Bit of a weird one. I think we just have to put it to the side and just focus on the COD, really, because we've had. I didn't expect what we've had coming down. To be honest, it's been a.
Mate, we got up the kickoff tourney, and our biggest fear was that these two would just torch Vito's. Like, you know, we think they broke the record of 45 minutes in the Defiance one. So it was like, oh, is it going to happen again? And they were like super quick, and then just as you think it's about to go off, Bance is like, well, I've been banned, and I was like, there's no way that's happened. It can't be possible. And then I go on to Hixie's stream, and his game completely just like goes freaky, and I was just like, I'm done. I need like 10 monsters to stay awake at this point. But yeah, I mean, we got there in the end. We are at grand finals between the people we would expect to see, the 8 players we would expect to see at this point, and they're going to be prepped and ready to go. I think I've just read the Beans has gone through 3 controllers in Modern Warfare 3. I'm losing full. I was like, I've got like one small blister on my finger from playing it a little bit. That's insane plays from the big man.
Well, that's the sacrifice that you've got to make if you want to make it to the top, mate. You've just got to sacrifice all appendages, on your hands for anything that you're going to try and get into the COD League. But yeah, we are here in the grand final, guys. This is a best of 7 as well, and it is just one best of 7. So Boxhead obviously going to be Beans, Bance, Hixie, and Nasty. You will see Marky B on your screen. It's not Marky, it is Bance. He's just using Marky's account while his one is being investigated. Yeah,
I'm saying it is Marky B. He's rolling it back.
Yeah, literally. And then Potbelly FC returning from that losers final. Steve O'Harry, Wee Man, and Mythics, and we are now loading into map number 1, ready to go. But yeah, best of 7 in this one. So hardpoint, S&D control, hardpoint, S&D, and then the last 2 maps are control and search. I don't have a map graphic for 7 maps, so you'll just have to use your imagination when I do show the map screen, and we'll kind of ruffle some feathers and, you know, just chat a load of smoke and mirrors to pretend like there is 7 on the screen. But I think we are now actually ready to go. But again, hesitation. Won't press the button just yet because I've been bitten by this before. But I think we're ready to go in towards our grand final here of the Rotation and Katana EU Cup. And we're starting not Invasion and not Karachi, so we'll take it. We've got Terminal.
Well, I mean, they've got to get to Invasion and Karachi somehow, so it looks like it's going to be the planes, and already this is a chaotic start with Potbelly getting a little bit of time over towards this P1. You can see that classic setup coming from Boxhead FC. They like to get all that geography, get set up for P2 as early as possible, yet not able to break down. This little tiny setup, Harry going under a nice 2-piece major, and that is going to be a nice chunk of time from what is arguably probably the most contested kill on this.
Yep, so opening time goes in favour of Potbelly FC, but it's all going to be about that P2, at least from what Boxhead are playing for. You can see Bance here just waiting for anyone to show a sign of where they're going for, and they are going to be pushing round the back as you would come to expect. So trophy down, and as mentioned, guys, it isn't Marky B, as much as we'd love Marky B to be playing, to be honest. It is Bance just playing on his account for the time being, as he's been banned for walls. Shame on you, but it's yeah, we're at an odd spot here in the grand final, but a really strong P2 for the opening stages, at least getting the kills, but they've got to be careful of Harry in the back, and Wee Man's actually going to form the pinch. So the boys in red have made a really good, strong start to this one, Pabs, on P2. They've got the strong time off P1, and now they're ready to soak up more.
Yeah, they just seem to be a little faster off the blocks. The pace just seems to be a little bit more aggressive. They're very accurate, and they're doing well with their ordnance as well. So all told, they've just been able to get a lot of time on P1, and now they're going to get a good chunk of time over towards this P2. And P3 is going to be a bit of a nuisance because they're kind of ready and poised to strike major. They continued that bullying tactic that we saw them do against Crookshanks, where they were just able to dominate, although it is going to be Hixie just putting Steve-O into the blender. But yeah, Potbelly FC with a sizable lead. We saw them do this to Crookshanks. It is definitely something that they're relying on, that pace and that power coming out of the likes of Mythics, and we know what's in store when Wee Man gets going. Yeah,
and Bance just watching out that drop side, and now has he seen the head of Steve-O? I think he has. Is he going to take it off? That's the other question. He isn't as of yet, but he's cooking him up something special. Oh, Steve-O! Put an AR in his hand more often. Nice shots from Steve-O and a nice two-piece as well to go with it. But now they've got to try and push in towards the hill. They do manage to take that last man in Nasty out of the hill. Hixie is still hard blocking out the back here, so he is going to be aware of some spawns coming through, but Wee Man chops him down. And at the moment, perhaps the story of this hard point has been Boxhead rotating, but Potbelly just breaking straight in, and off the back of some very, very strong performances so far in the early game, especially from Harry.
Yeah, you know, comms are on point. They've just been talking to each other, telling where the players are, but so accurately that they're not having to hunt them down as they do approach Linny's Burger Bar. This is going to be quite the thing right now. It is going to be number 3 Hixie and Nasty on the defense. They're going to try and get deep and try and look for some off angles and try and put a bit of pressure. That's going to be a pretty easy kill for Hixie on Harry. This is a big hill, you would suggest, in the scheme of things, if the boys from Boxhead are able to get any more time on it.
Well, we know what this Burger Hill can give you in terms of time, but they're going to need every second of. Even so, they'll still be about 40 points shy if they do it. But you can see the trophy systems are down. Hixie is literally just not going to be peeking anything, I would assume, with Beans and Vance just watching over the top of him. But now there's still going to be... Oh, the trophy around the corner actually doesn't do anything, and it takes Hixie out of the hill, so a big moment there, potentially. Nasty does nade Wee Man, but Harry trades it back, and a big one-on-one will go in favour of Nasty, so a bit of a breath of relief there for the boys of Boxhead. Hixie and Beans combining for 3, looking to try and clear out any players that are coming back off of spawn towards that bottom side of the map. But now, opportunity now to claw back a little bit more time off the back of a rotation, but they've still got Nasty in towards the old hill. He is on a 4 streak himself, and it will be an opportune moment to maybe work the way around the back and drop mythics, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to bring up, we didn't really talk about the performance from Harry in the losers final, and it was incredible last game from him. I think he said he went 22-6 at one point. So yeah, just wanted to bring, he's 10-6 right now. He's not quite the kill leader in the game, but he's so influential with those really awkward routes. And we know one player also to bring up major is the mythics. Like, this is probably his first season where he's going to be in and among this very, very top echelon of EU players, and he is holding his own. He's 9-10, but he's got himself a minute of time as well. But it is going to be Boxhead bringing it back, as you said, to that 40-second deficit. And if they can get some time, more time on this P5 hill, next rotation could be incredible.
And this is one man that you'll be looking to grab this grand final by the scruff of the neck here. Beans looking to try and add a bit more slaying power in this opening hard point. Can he manage to keep his momentum going with this team? But it looks as though P1 is now ready. There isn't going to be a huge number of initial bodies on the hill, but you can see the firing line of red arrows that are facing Bance, and unfortunately he will drop. So Hixie able to drop Steve-O, but they are going to be on that initial time now. But the nades look good. No trophies as of yet on the point, and they are going to put one down for their own benefit, and that's exactly what is going to cause the boys in yellow to punch their way onto the hill. Hixie's going to try and stay alive as best as he can, but just going to opt to peek potentially a little bit preemptively, so he will get taken down. But now we look at the score, Pabs. This map is back to even.
Yeah, this has been an incredible back-to-back chain of hills from Boxhead. We expected them to go strong, but across the board, they are slaying hard. And you've got to start looking at that performance from Steve Vortex. 10-17 with only 14 seconds is starting to be a problem for the Potbelly boys, as that lead is flipped over to Boxhead United. An incredible performance, and you largely on the back of Benjamin Beans right there. 17-13 being an absolute pain in the backside of Potbellies. Now this is going to be that large transition to try and get that make-up kill and see if they can get to grips with it. They tried it in the first hand, they held on to it for time, but major, this is going to be Boxhead with the advantage, looking to bully Potbelly back.
Yeah, look at those spawns. They are spawning so far away from the hill. It takes them 15 seconds just to even get within proximity of potentially a contest here. So they're going to have to play this very, very patiently. You can see that number 7 Mythics holding down the front of the shop here. And Steve-O's going to get traded out alongside Wee Man now. So the next gunfights are going to be pivotal, and they don't win the one in the back as well. So number 1 and number 3, Nasty and Hixie, are going to try and work a pinch on the man on the hill here. So Mythics turns around. He can't turn and burn on that occasion though. And 30 seconds of time is a sizable chunk now. And you can already see Beans and Hixie looking to push into plane. They've got in position, but now they just need to win those initial gunfights to potentially solidify this rotation.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. You can see them 3 red arrows starting to circle those 2 players. It is going to be both players go down, Stevo and Mythics, both team up, but it is going to be that scrap time still going the way of Boxhead, who've largely taken this out to a 25-second lead. You can already see the boys in Boxhead looking to try and get that strong position across from Terminal, looking into playing, but right now this is going to be an opportunity for Potbelly to be able to bring this game back to parity. They've got to go big, and now they've got to deal with number 3 and Hixie. That's an important first kill. Mythics out the back, Major, doing that role we've seen him do for the last 2 years. Incredible performance from these boys. This game is so tight on a knife edge right now.
Yeah, and with that initial push thwarted, it is going to be an extra 20 seconds that you anticipate to see in favour of Potbelly FC. It's a funny imagining football team, but they are just ticking away that lead ever so slightly, and Boxhead, I think they've just resigned to the fact that they're not going to get any more time because they know the next hill that is coming up is the one, and Burger Town is going to be riddled with yellow arrows, at least for the time being. So now, what do the boys of Potbelly try and do here? Do they try and just bully their way in? Mythics is going to be the first man in, but there's not going to be a huge amount of help, at least in the opening stages. But you can see the trophies are down, so you anticipate that they are going to be difficult to shift here. Big kill from Hixie on the cross, though, isn't going to allow anyone to try and push through glass. But a pinch from Wee Man. Can he be the game changer? Potentially, no. He's enabled Harry to get up the map, but even Harry can't shred through both as Hixie trades him out. Beans removes the last man, and I think we're going to see another lead change.
Yeah, this has been a really nice power play from Boxhead. They've got, taken up all that geography. Hixie on the cross, and then you've seen 1 and 4 in Nasty and Bance just holding that mid portion. Wee-Man did try and break through, wasn't able to do it. And right now, this has been a superior hold from Boxhead. 214 to 28. It's still on a knife edge, and you can see already those arrows trying to get set up for potential P5 push. You can see number 6 there, Harry, just looking to try and get mixed in and among those players. And already on the chase is Bance. That is huge right there. Stevo does drop Nasty though, but again, this is going to come down to a huge fight on P5 where Boxhead potentially can take the first game of the grand final.
And they take Harry down, and that's a huge kill from Hixie there. That opens this hill up so well for them. But now, can they stop Mythics from working a contest here? He flies across, and the firing line chops him down. 4 seconds. Is anyone even going to be able to touch this? All they've got to do is keep their head down. They do manage to nade 1 man out, but they don't do enough to nade the second man. And Boxhead FC, after suffering quite a substantial loss in the opening 2 hills, take it 250 to 208.
Yeah, a really interesting game that started off so close right the way through the first rotation, but it ended up slipping away bit by bit as Boxhead started to spread out, get a little bit of geography and get those important crosses. It stopped Potbelly from being able to transition and get any kind of hold into the map. And then at that second rotation, it just started to slip away. A really mature performance coming from the boys of Boxhead FC, and it's kind of the way we expected it might go. The more strategic maps, you feel Potbelly might have a slight advantage, but this really feels like the Boxhead that ended the winners final is beginning the grand final.
Yeah, so they've took a little bit of winding up to get going, but they have managed to do that, and they've done it in a very convincing fashion. It must be said, that middle portion to latter portion, Potbelly FC didn't really get a look in, so fair play to Boxhead. They managed to stamp the first mark on this final, and it will be a best of 7, as mentioned, guys. So I'll show a graphic on maps in a second. We will throw it to a quick break because I've just realised I haven't updated those. But you will see a best of 5. This is a best of 7 grand final, and it is only going to be 1 best of 7. So there isn't going to be any benefit for the team coming through winners, which is questionable. But that is how it's unfortunately going to be. So we'll throw it to a quick break, guys. And when we come back, we will have map number 2, which is going to be a Skid Row S&D. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very, very shortly. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the grand final here in the Rotation and Katana EU Cup, sponsored by the Wired Gaming Lobby. We are here after a very solid map one from Boxhead, 250 to 208, so not necessarily a complete blowout here, Pams, but Potbelly FC will be looking, obviously, to try and tie it up on the back of a Search and Destroy, but not really the best start for these boys, as already 2 players going to drop straight off the rip.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit hard for them. It's going to be Harry all on his lonesome as we hit that sub 1 minute mark. He's got a big job to do. Let's not write him off just yet. But yeah, it is going to be super important for them to be able to bring this back. Boxhead FC are going to take that first round, but let's not even consider writing the Potbelly boys off. We know how strong they can be in S&D. Despite the performance at the latter stages of that first hard point, we know that they can go big. Look to Steve-O to be that talismanic figure pulling the strings, but we do need to see Major, the likes of Mythics and Weeman start to really put the pressure on Boxhead FC.
Yeah, I say if anyone is going to be able to contest with the likes of Beans in that AR role, it is going to be someone like Chill, like Weeman.
Oh.
And it will be another first blood, actually, that goes straight in favour of Boxhead FC. Marky B is not the man who's got the kill. It's Bance, if you are wondering. And it will now be 2 versus 2 all of a sudden, as Harry is still up top. Grabs the trade, grabs the bomb as well. But unfortunately, his teammates all fall around him at the moment. So with still 1 minute of work, he does have a lot of options on his card here. But you would assume that the boys from Boxhead FC will slowly try to sniff him out.
Yeah, he's going to have a little think about what he wants to do, whether he wants to try and quick plant A, or whether he's going to look to transition across to B. Again, a little bit of indecision. I think he just wants to make sure he knows potentially where those players are. Looks like they're just going to wait for that information and then make their decision strategy on that. It is going to be Beans and Hixie up against Harry. Time is ticking right there. You can see how close they are, literally next to each other. This is a big round for Potbelly. I think Harry's got to go big here. I don't know whether he's heard them. He's definitely seen them. Oh my God, he's let himself down so badly there. It's still a big opportunity for him to try and break this. Can he get the pick? He's on the chase. Is he going to get the next pick? Is he ready? Oh, my days. Beans is going to put him into the next round and get the defuse. Harry so close, Major, to getting that 2-piece and getting parity restored in this round.
He had a pocket of time there to potentially get both players, but unfortunately for him, it just wasn't meant to be. Ben continues his streak, gets the bomb diffuser as well, and it will be Boxhead with 2 rounds in a row. And those are the kind of rounds, Pabs, in fine margins, in grand finals, can really make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking just the timing, and you know, I think if he doesn't shoot, it's like premature firing. You know, he was so close to being able to. It was like Dizzy, and remember in the previous round where he had that opportunity to take the players out, he just stepped back and he got the 2 kills, but it's just complete composure lost. So again, it has been 2 first bloods for the boys of Boxhead that has led them to this. So another moment like that, it's Hixie who's going to go down. That is huge for Potbelly on that first blood, and that is even bigger as Potbelly look to strike back.
Yeah, and there will be a kill that comes through from Bance, but Steve-O is just going to reply with 1 again. So now all on Beans. Now, does he try and play for streaks here? Because he is only 2 away from a cruise missile. But he's got so many corners to check. And he might have got some really good timing, actually. I don't think number 6 in Harry spotted him crossing. So he manages to slip through the net. And he will get 1. So now, what can he do in the 1 versus 2? Surely Harry spotted him again here. He's actually managed to take the best option down in towards the bottom side of B. Oh, I think Weeman is probably going to have heard that, but the bomb will now go down. Can he get away, and can he get a kill? Well, he gets away, so Weeman should get the info that he has crossed away from the site. But now, is Harry going to spot him? He's not got the ideal gun in his hand here, and Harry with the wall bang takes him down, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a nice big round there for Potbelly. Going to bring this back to a 1-round deficit. Huge plays. Weeman so patient, just waiting for that opportunity to see if they can get information on Beans. Information gathered, and not just that, they put him into the next round, and the defuse is on. This is going to be a very tight S&D, and Major, I can already smell the waft is what is usually being 6-1, 6-2 kind of game. It also feels so much tighter than that.
Yeah, well, one thing that we are starting to see, Boxhead on offense, they like to save their trophies for them. So however many they've got now, I think they've only got the 1 in the hands of Beans. So will they opt to use it on the defense, or will they use it to try and close the gap on offense? Because it is very useful for them, just stopping those tacticals and those pre-nades, enabling them just to get a little bit more ground. It is a very passive attacking round though from Potbelly, not opting to give them much to bite on. at least for the time being. You can see Wee Man playing so deep outside in that warehouse area, but it's going to be really hard for them, especially when Boxhead are probably not really going to give them much of a sniff of anything.
Yeah, they've got nice coverage across the whole of the map. You can see just Garden B, they've got sight on A. This is going to be very difficult. It's going to require a big push, and that is exactly what they needed. Drops Hixie, Wee Man. No one loses a life. First blood goes the way of Potbelly. Stevo still with Bomb. And it's only a one-round deficit, and you know, some players not quite getting off the mark the way they would like to. Mythics on a 1 and 3 Stevo, also on a 1 and 3.
So much
There's
info.
a lot of faces coming in. I wonder if they've seen him. He's going to nade it. He's going to look for the pick. Oh my days, the gun is not there, Major, and that's going to leave Beans again in a 1v4.
I'm surprised that he didn't keep his gun up there. He saw the people coming, and unfortunately the cooking of the nade just took too long. But now Beans, how many can he get? Just the one for Ben, and it will be Potbelly grabbing another round, keeping it tight now. 2 plays 2, but yeah, there was an opportunity over towards that tunnel to potentially grab more kills, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be with the timing.
Yeah, absolutely, Beans. I mean, he did go for that kind of like super reaction on that second pick, but again, he's playing against some absolute monsters when it comes to gun skill. And there's going to be Harry dragging Potbelly through with a 5 and 2 Wee Man. Again, we did highlight this player earlier on as being someone who would go huge, but again, so tight right now. You feel if Hixie could get involved, and I just, as soon as I say it, mate, it's not Curse the Caster, but maybe something else, he gets that pick. It is going to be Bance going into the next round, though, and it is going to be a 3v3 as we hit that 110 mark.
Yeah, but he's just checking his corners with the Semtex. He isn't going to find Steve-O on that occasion, but now Beans has got an opportunity to maybe check Steve-O if he overpeaks this. Whoa, no. You would expect similar things, but unfortunately Nasty is waiting right outside bottom mid there, so Steve-O just runs straight into the bullets. Mythics is just going to reposition, and he has tucked himself just in the corner of this jump up towards AC. Now, if he plays this slowly, I would anticipate someone's going to check this corner. He needs to get out. Can't quite get away quickly enough, and unfortunately, it now leaves Wee Man last man up. Right idea from Mythics, but unfortunately, Boxhead just a little bit too wise for it.
Yeah, Wee Man's kind of in he's in an okay position here. He can probably get some information, and he doesn't need to commit. He can leave them to try and get, and especially if he's able to get one pick. I think both players with a little bit of information. This is going to be really difficult for him now. Going to be made to eat my words. Boxhead going to go into a lead, 3-2, 1-round deficit. Potbelly still on the back foot. And it is largely on the back of a stellar performance coming out of Hixie. Again, a player we said that he needed to step up a little bit, but now 3 and 3. And just Beans again leading the way. It's been a really good performance, but Major starting to smell the waft of around 11 in this game already.
Yeah, I do feel as though it might potentially be when one of these teams can actually hold a defensive side, because I believe they've all won offensive rounds at the moment. So will that potentially just be the little opening in the series and on this map that these teams need? So again, a very passive opening start to the round from Potbelly FC, not wanting to give them anything, so they are just exchanging tacticals for the time being. Hixie's got to be careful though, because Wee Man is just lurking, and if he pokes his head up for too long, he might get it taken off. So Hixie stun out he goes. So no first blood as of yet.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy one. And again, he did well to get stunned and play his life. No one there to take advantage of that. That's how I move, essentially, when he's stunned. When I'm playing unstunned, it's insane. But yeah, it is going to be Steve-O with Bomb again. A little bit of reticence. That setup from the boys of Boxhead covering both bombs. A little bit of information, but they did this last time, and Wee Man absolutely buried the player. So there's going to be Hixie. He can't finish the kill, though. That's going to be information gathered, but Major, 28 seconds on the clock, is going to force that rush through to the bomb site, and who is waiting in there? Number 2, Mr. Beans. He gets absolutely bodied, and that bomb is likely to go down.
Yeah, that smoke was huge. It just enabled them to close the gap, close the distance over towards the B site, but now Nasty really needs to get one of these picks. He does, and he does manage to get away as well. So 3 versus 2, with still 35 seconds left to work with, but you would assume that Steve-O is ready to chew through both of them. No, the duo managed to get 2, and Nasty gets 1 as well. So now it's all on Mythics. He's just waiting in the right spot, though. Surely this one isn't going to slip away from them. But now Mythics, there's one for him. Just needs to play his life. Needs to juggle his place around the point. He can't do it. Bance clutches up. He'll get the defuse. And that is a round that Potbelly will have not wanted to concede in that situation.
Oh my days, incredible plays from Nasty. He was one away from being able to get the ace. He dropped 3 of them, but it is going to be Bance to see out that round. That's going to bring that 2-round deficit. And this is where things start to get scary for Potbelly FC. They were so close. They've been keeping the game reasonably tight, but they have been largely chasing in this S&D. They haven't got anyone really close enough to the kind of power at the minute the Beans have got. Harry's gone 6-4, but again, they just need someone to step up. You've got to be looking for Steve-O and Mythic now to start getting involved, start getting picks, and that could change the entire face of this S&D round.
Well, a lot of bodies flying up in towards that top middle section of the map. Marky B is not the man. I keep doing that out of habit. Bance is just going to work his way up towards the top mid, but he's so... Oh my goodness, good night. There's so many tacticals being lobbed at him. Somehow he is still alive. If Bance gets away here, this is a miracle. And somehow manages to slither away. Yeah, Marky B's got that 200 HP account. He manages to just about get away. And somehow, First Blood doesn't go in favour of Potbelly.
I have no idea how he's done that. I would have been dead like 6 times. He had incredible plays by Bance in order to get out and keep this as a 4v4. Hixie with bomb, and again, this is very cautious, very similar spread from the boys at Potbelly, and that is going to be Marky B. No, it isn't. It's going to be Bance. Mate, I'm falling into the trap as well. It's late, but it is going to be Bance with that first blood, and that could be very vital. If they go to a 5-2 lead, this could be quite jarring for the boys at Potbelly. Beans is going to put Weeman into the next round, leaving Steve-O and Harry, and Steve-O has got to prove his worth now. That big name player that can go absolutely huge, Major.
Hello, boys. There's a lot of them. Run, Harry, run! Oh, he just didn't know about it, and unfortunately, the whole gang came through, just charged through at him, and Steve-O goes down. Another very convincing round for Boxhead FC. That was just really unfortunate there for Harry. He might have been able to potentially swing that with 1, potentially 2 kills, but unfortunately, he's not able to, and Boxhead now push that lead out to 3, 5-2, and if you're a betting man at the moment, Pabs, they look very, very strong on this map, it must be said.
I mean, they've just looked strong throughout the whole weekend, but this is a level above. They're putting some big name players into the bread bin. Right now, Boxhead 8-3 for Beans. I mean, he's absolutely having his day. We've got Bance on a 4 streak, 2 off at Predator missile, so this could be huge. Smoke is going to go down as it looks like they try and flood towards that B. Notch number 2, 8-3, and Beans is looking to get some picks. He does get a pick. It is going to be Mythics and Weeman and 4, but Steve-O able to get the trade, but he is going to stuck out there, and that is going to leave Steve-O all on his lonesome. Boxhead FC are going to take that S&D. It is 5-2. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Take the S&D and take that round 2-0. 2 games away potentially from winning the grand final. Major Potbelly FC going to have to go huge in this control.
Wow, what a performance there from Beans, 9-4. And now that is not really what you wanted to see if you're a Potbelly fan. And no offense to whoever's watching, because that sounded like an insult. But yeah, they look very good on that map, it must be said. The opening first few rounds, they managed to kind of go a little bit toe-to-toe with them, but it just felt as though the Boxhead lads kind of started to unlock kind of the openings that Potbelly left around the map. Not necessarily an easy map to come flying through some of those lanes, but like the smoke towards the end of it, it looked as though they might have been able to get a few more kills, but we saw there, I think it was Nasty got a couple of kills. There were a couple of moments in that search where there were a couple of like 2 or 3 pieces where it just unfortunately made that round so much more difficult for Potbelly.
Yeah. Absolutely, and they just really couldn't get a foothold back in it, and a couple of those kind of very chaotic interactions just constantly went the way of Boxhead. And when you've got Beans absolutely dropping players left, right, and centre, backed up by some great players from Nasty, it becomes very, very difficult. And then you think Bance has had a quiet game, and then it just becomes like impossible to kill like a cockroach in a nuclear winter. He just cannot be taken out. So incredible plays from the boys of Boxhead, but it does require a huge regain mid-series for the boys of Potbelly FC, who are going to have to go big in the control. Now, I can't remember the actual scoreline from the winners' final control, but I'm sure Potbelly took it 3-2, did they?
3-1. It was against Quickshanks.
3-1?
But it was on Karachi. I don't know if we've seen Potbelly on a high-rise control. Oh, no, we have.
What was the winners' final?
The winners' final. It was 3-1 to Boxhead, so we have had this map prior. Yeah, apologies. So it will now be kind of up to Potbelly to adapt to what they saw in that map 3 and see if they can kind of counter it. It is a very, very aggressive, very quick map. And as mentioned, guys, the graphic that I have is only best of 5. This is a best of 7 for the grand final. So obviously Hardpoint, S&D, Control, Hardpoint, S&D, and then the last 2 maps are Control and Search. So ignore the graphic. There is a best of 7. didn't have time to put together a best of 7 one, so apologies. But yeah, we are pretty much, I think, just waiting on a couple of players to basically give it the green light and get ready in map 3. So what we will do, guys, we will throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have that map 3 high-rise control between Boxhead and Potbelly FC. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a very short second. Ladies and gents, thank you very much for your patience. We are now back in map number 3. A very short intermission by today's standards as Boxhead FC look to try and push this lead out in this best of 7 to potentially 3-0. As mentioned, Pabs, Boxhead FC, the last time these guys met in that winners final, it did end up 3-1 to them. So they are going to look to try and continue that trend, and already a couple of kills going in their favour. They will be on the offense and already slowly getting some progression over towards the beat.
Yeah, it was a pretty instant hit, and it's going to be a pretty quick kill for Beans as well, as he managed to get himself onto the hill kicks. He already taken those unusual routes, which is going to be a feature of this game.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that Potbelly really needs to look out for. They can't afford to get pinned back by Hixie in these kind of odd areas. So big moment for Potbelly to come back on, but it's not a great start. 2 zones already captured towards B. Beans is going to take 1 nade to the legs and finally gets dealt with by Stevo. It's almost a level of aggression in that attack from Stevo. Like, he wants to make a statement. Incredible performance so far, and that A zone is the next one to be hit.
Yeah, we're seeing the push up now from Hixie. He was so good at running through pipes in that previous series that we saw between these two, but he is going to get taken down. And that progression is now complete at B, and now all attention going to be focused over towards A. They are going to have to try and deal with Bants on your screen here. As mentioned, it isn't Marky B playing as much as we'd love it to be. It is indeed Pod Royalty in Benjamin Bants. So Marky B able to take down 1, and it will now be a position where 3 players are over towards this helipad side. They might be able to push this A point quicker than expected if the trades don't come through here for Potbelly FC.
Yeah, this has been a nice play, but Stevo just going to be in the right place at the right time as both Nasty and Beans looking at the same way. Maybe a calm disaster there for the boys of Boxhead, but they've given themselves 1 minute 28 in order to do this. But again, that is going to be 3 falling away, leaving Nasty as the player potentially going forward. And you can see the yellow arrows just starting to take a different approach. Number 7, I think it is there. Mythic's just trying to cause a problem. It's not kind of an unconventional route, but he is going to back up as he knows those yellow arrows are looking to try and get in and about that lower blue tunnel area. You can see them just trying to push through top tunnel. Stevo just ready and prepared for any potential flank. There isn't going to be anyone there, but it is going to be Wee Man. Again, this is such a slow, cautious approach from the team in yellow. They need to take this if they want to go on to win this grand final in style. Major, this could come down to lives.
Oh, that's unfortunate for ammunition. Stevo's run out. And unfortunately, the Renetti is not the gun of choice that he's probably going to want when 2 yellow arrows are flying at him. He's managed to get 1, to be fair to him, so that's not a bad outing by any means. But now 6 plays 10. Hixie just laying prone, waiting for the right time. Oh, holy hand grenade. That landed right in the face of Beans, who I think has just lost part of his jaw. And it will now be Mythics just trying to lock up his AR position, but he's going to get caught out, and there's a big 2-piece coming there through from Beans. Now they get Hixie on the point, but they've got to keep him alive. The lives are running out. They do not want to be throwing them away needlessly. So Wee Man, Harry's able to nade off 1. Can Wee Man put some shots into the shoes of Bants? He can, and Wee Man takes him down. But now they've got to go quickly here. Hixie's still on the point. They take him down, and now it's a Wee Man world on the high-rise building, and there's the final one for Chill as he chews through what remains.
I think, how many times has he done that end of game madness where he's managed to drop 3 or 4 players in order to just see the game out? Incredible performance from Wee Man, our kind of last gasp saviour for Potbelly FC, and that is an important round on the board. You look at Nasty 10 and 6 right there, but Stevo going big. We talked about that that talisman that he can be, that a great leader within the game. 11-8, we man 9-5, and again, you just gotta, you know, the plaudits can never end. But again, just coming to the last minute, this is how close, Major, this game is. It requires big plays from big players at the very end of the rounds.
Oh, Nasty's going to have to retreat in towards bottom blue, and that kill feed. Everyone's gone on the side of Boxhead. Very strong opening start from Potbelly, and that's going to put Mythics a little bit further up the map. Oh, he is going to manage to get one before it will be Bance that trades him out, but the B progression is still coming through. Steve-O is on the point, tucking himself away in the corner and just exposes himself ever so slightly to the shots of Bance. Nasty, good trade. Takes down Harry. Mythics, though, returns to sender. And a little bit of a pause now. As to the boys of Potbelly, it's just a question now, Pabs, are trying to regroup and decide where they're going to go next. And, oh, that's some unfortunate timing there for Steve-O.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a difficult one. A really nice, solid defensive hold from Boxhead, who again spread across the map. With number 7 there, Mythics. Mythics has been an absolute nightmare in this game for the team in yellow. He's got himself into some really interesting positions, and he has managed to get himself a few really important kills. But he is going to go out as Hixie, just playing that lower oil, just manages to get a couple of kills. And again, he's going to be a pain out towards the spawn. This is going to cause problems for time, and it's going to allow his teammates to be able to get an even better defensive stronghold. But Major, I was going to say, look at player rate in the case of the caster. Wee Man does fall that way. Time not on the side of Potbelly FC.
Man, Nasty is doing absolute work at the moment. There's another one for him. 15-9 for Byron. Can he get any more? They are running out of time. 8 seconds remain. I don't think this one is going in their favour anytime soon. And more people challing onto him. He will fall eventually, but the damage is done, and that was arguably a much more convincing round there on the defensive side from Boxhead in comparison to Potbelly. Obviously, on the offense, Boxhead did get a lot closer, and obviously those all-important ticks will prove that slowly. Maybe later down the line, Pavs, if it does go towards that round 5, those ticks are going to play a really important role potentially in this map.
Absolutely, yeah. That's going to be vital for Boxhead's continued performance. Again, you just got to feel that if Hixie gets involved, Major, that this could be a completely different control. It probably wouldn't be parity. He has tried to make those routes, and something we highlighted at the start of the game, but it's largely been nullified, and I think this is why Boxhead haven't ran away with this control. So good play from them. Nice to see Steve-O going big, but you would also want to see Harry just moving away from being nearly double negative, get some more kills and get some more control on the board. But it is down to Boxhead now to do that really difficult task of just trying to get these attacking zones.
Oh man, well, they can get aggressive now. They've just dropped 3 in quick succession. Steve-O, good nade though from him, will potentially stop a potential stack on towards that A point, but keep an eye on number 5 again. Steve-O is just working his way in towards bottom blue. Can he manage to get the kill onto Hixie here? The stun check doesn't connect, and he manages to grab 1 pick, so they're going to have to deal with Steve-O here. Nasty gets some information, but meanwhile Beans is chopping through Steve-O's teammates as he manages to get 3 in very quick succession. But he is now on the point. He is stopping the timer. Now it's just a question of can they get in to try and reinforce him. Wee Man spots Bans in the corner, can't win the gunfight. Will the trades come through though? Mythics flies in, he gets 1. Can he grab a second? No, he can't. Bans stays alive, so the timer's still stalling for the time being. Ooh.
Yeah, this is huge plays from the team in yellow. Bance and Beans teaming up to take absolute control. Wee Man with a beautiful nade there, but it is going to be the Hexy and Nasty both on that. I think they've decided to split spawn it as they finally see Beans off. It is going to be Beans with a team nade on Nasty as they make their way back. That zone finally going to get ticked over. And Major, the important factor here was 1 minute 45 to get 2 ticks on A.
Yeah, Steve-O takes 1 down. Mythics does actually get 1 as well, so it's looking a little bit better. Hixie still trying to run this route through bottom pipes and into blue. And he should get a free one there onto Wee Man. Can he get the second onto Mythics? Whoa, Charlie, wowza. Okay, well, there's a bit of chefing up for you. He manages to get through 2 players. Can he get a third onto Harry? Yes, he can. Hixie now looking to try and light up a little 4 in a row, and this is what this team can do. He was combined for 6 with Bance before he did subsequently fall, but Mythics will eventually put a stop to it. 14 lives, plays 11. Potbelly got to be careful, Pabs. They are dropping them quite quickly now, and almost 2 ticks on 8.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's going to potentially come down to lives. If they can't play them, the boys in yellow are just going to be able to get these kills and slowly but surely eke that time over. Beans is going to be the man to start progressing that tick, and it is going to be a contest finally going to come in. It is going to be Beans goes big, but the contest is still there, and that's going to be cleaned up by Mythics and Weeman. So only a partial heading towards that. They've still got, what, 40% of it? Well, that gets drained back. You can see number 7 there. It is going to be Mythics just draining that back to nothing, and they have to restart. But this is the beauty, Major, of having that extra time, getting that tick over. They've got a minute, and Hixie is there to cause bother.
Yep, he's just gone on a large pinch. He's managed to grab one, and now you can see Harry is desperately trying to look left, right, and everywhere as players look to try and condense around him. Steve-O stays alive, just contests for the time being to milk the timer just a little bit longer, and the Renetti will manage to pick up one kill for him, but he does get help in the form of Mythics right in the nick of time, so it's actually now 6 plays 5. Potbelly not letting grip at this scope, and now can they get the last remaining kills to get it over the line? You can see Marky, well, not Marky, just force a habit by reading the name. Bans is going to go down low, and he has actually managed to hop himself straight back up again. Is he going to get the kill onto Mythics? No. Tags him up. 28 seconds on the clock here. They need to compose a push if they're going to manage to take this round here. Boxhead, they need to do it quickly. Steve-O's going to manage to draw first blood. There's no trade as well, as Harry just watching over his teammate impeccably. Now leaves it as a 4 versus 5, but Steve-O's head's going to be exposed. There's one pick. Can they manage to push on? Vance on the helipad will fall, and now it's all falling by the wayside now, but they've got an incredible amount of ticks, but now it's 3 plays 3, and now if you're Potbelly, you've got to compose yourself here. Do you stick or do you twist? They take the man off the point. It's all falling away. Nasty falls away as well, and Potbelly will breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that came down to the wire. They were at 1 versus 3 in the end, and they just did enough to be able to take that lead. This is incredible comeback from Potbelly, who we did say needed a regain mid-series. They've done exactly that on the back of Weeman, Mythics, and Steve-O going absolutely huge. 22, 19, and 20, combining for a 5 streak right now. This has been a performance for the time, and again, Harry, you feel if he starts to get involved, this could be an easy controlled win for them and get one back on the board. Major Boxhead gonna have to go big. They're gonna have to bring this back, and I do believe it's gonna have to be again. Hixie just needs to be more successful in those off-route opportunities that he takes. Can't be getting 1 kill. He needs to get 1-2 kills.
Yeah, well now look at Vance. He's pushed up so high. Whoa, just about manages to stay alive. Tries to hop into green, but he can't get it done. So now Harry manages to pick a 2-piece, and they are going to be able to reply with 3. So now opportunity to push back up the map again. Hixie, unfortunately, will only manage to grab 1, so they are going to just progress ever so slightly. And shots across the map from Nasty aren't going to combine. Beans is just working on, again, a little bit of a pinch. This is a common thing that we're starting to see now from some of these players. They're just pushing through bottom helipad and looking to try and wrap around these players that are lurking in middle map as they shoot pretty much everyone in the back there. Hixie off the top rope falls like a pancake as he goes down. And now, again, AR's in position, and the clock is ticking, Pabs. They are really struggling to get anything going on offense at the moment, Potbelly.
That's going to be a fast 22 seconds if the Potbelly boys want to even get close to it. And you can see number 3 and Hixie is already right up, pressed up. You can see him in nasty scope right into the spawn. Don't know if he's even gone too far for this to be, you know, usable in any way. But with 8 seconds remaining, we're going to see one player jump on. He's going to get immediately pushed out, and this is where Hixie might be able to come back into play. But it is going to be another big piece from Nasty, who's gone absolutely huge in this game. 23 and 18, but Marky B's account must be blessed because Bance is absolutely rocking a 26 score right now. It is back to parity, and this is going to be the closest yet that we've seen in this series so far.
Well, I mean, this round coming up might not necessarily be, because obviously Boxhead, they've managed to get, I believe, 10 ticks across 2 rounds, whereas I don't believe Potbelly have got a single tick on their offensive round, so it should be Boxhead on the defense to save my blushes, yep, and it will be Potbelly on the offense. So if history is going to repeat itself here, Boxhead will look very, very strong on this defense, and they'll probably be happy with it.
Yeah, it's been a very good performance from them thus far, and Hixie has been an absolute thorn. You consider 17 kills, and largely they've been in and around the spawn, causing absolute murder. We saw Bance do the same. This really big move from Steve-O to try and get in behind the players, whether it's taken a little bit too long, but he's in a position now where he can get some kills, apply some pressure, but Nasty is just going to pick up from where he left off, Major, and one off that Predator.
Oh, nice shots from Steve-O, and now in the back he goes. So he might be able to just grab a bit of attention, but look at his opposite number. Hixie and Steve-O literally run the exact same role on this map of just trying to play that awkward player up and in and around the spawn where they just struggle to keep track of it. And meanwhile, Ben just chops through 3. Mythic, Stevo, and Weeman all go down. Beans will get 4 before the nade gets rid of him. But already, Pabs, that time, 35 seconds, it is not on their side at the moment. They're struggling to get out of spawn.
Yeah, this has been a really successful spawn push from the boys of Boxhead. It's exactly how they probably wanted to execute it. There is one small opportunity now for Harry to be able to get to the B-bomb site, but you can see those yellow arrows flooding in, and right now they are not missing. Bance on that Marky B account has been absolutely frying. He's nearly the kill leader. Steve-O trying to drag his team through, but with 11 seconds, Mythics has got to go huge. He needs to get in. It does finally look like the boys have managed to get some time, but they're going to need to stack it because they need that minute in order to stay in this control.
Well, Beans puts a couple of bullets into some players, but they don't get the kill. Keep an eye on Bance, though. He's coming up behind a few of them. Is he managed to get one with the Renetti? He does manage to take one man out, but not going to be enough. Nasty, can he make the play? No, this tick should be completed now. So B has been secured. They have bought themselves a lifeline. But now, again, they're just going to need to keep this momentum going because they are really starting to shred through these yellow arrows.
Yeah, they've really pushed up quite deep into the Boxhead spawn, and this is going to be vital. They can see there's a slight defense on there. Mythics has got to go huge. He needs to get that kill, but he's immediately traded out by Bance, and this A zone is going to be so difficult. There's very little time, despite the fact that they got that. It just shows you how important it is to get those ticks over as early as possible. 40 seconds remain for Potbelly FC to stay in this control.
Well, it's now 11 plays 9. They were trailing by 5. Oh no, an explosion out of nowhere is going to drop Weeman. And unfortunately for them, another man will fall in the form of Harry. Steve-O and Harry do manage to combine for 2, but Beans manages to stop Steve-O. 25 seconds, 6 lives on the card. This is going to have to be regimented, but also so quick as well. Harry's going to pick one down over towards that outer side as he goes up towards that top propane area. But now the push has got to come, and it's got to come quickly. Mythic's up top is getting tagged up, but he manages to win the gunfight up against Beans. But I don't think they've really got anyone nearby apart from Mythic's and Weeman. There's one for Weeman. Can Mythic's help him out? The trade comes through, but Bance comes round and picks off 2. And it will be a round win on the board for Boxhead. And it will be a map win, more importantly. 3-2 in the control. And now it puts them 1 map away from taking this grand final.
Yeah, they played impeccably all day long. Incredible performance. Look at the stats. 32 and 23 for Nasty with 25 non-traded. And on the other side, poor Steve-O going 30 and 30. 60 crazy interactions. And he drops 24 non-traded for the L. Incredible performance across the board from all those players. But Boxhead come out with the advantage. And not just that, Major. This is looking like a massive slap. 3-0 and 1 away from winning the Katana rotation, you know, AM Cup powered by the Wired Lobby.
Yeah, well, there's the confirmation.
I did well to remember all that.
it is quite the mouthful, to be fair. But yeah, congratulations there to those boys. Map 3 is under their belt. But it is a best of 7, guys. As mentioned, the graphic is showing best of 5, but it is a best of 7 in this series. I just don't have the best of 7 graphic sorted. So we are going to go to map number 4, and it's, thank God, it's not going to be an invasion, and it's not going to be a Karachi hardpoint. It is actually going to be a sub-base hardpoint, which we haven't seen a huge amount of, but it is definitely a nice change of scenery, let's say that much. But Boxhead at the moment, they look very, very good, it must be said, and they are on for a potential 4-0 at this rate if they do keep going at this rate of knots. So, yeah, very, very good opportunity. While we wait for the guys to get sorted in this one, Pals, we will obviously drop in the Wired Lobby and give them a shout out as well, because they're going to be bringing us some LAN tournaments actually in the UK starting next year. I believe the first one is early March, springtime, isn't it? So we've got a lot to look forward to this year with Call of Duty and with LAN events, which is not something that we always actually get the chance to say, really, when it comes to COD.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not just going to be that kind of spring open that's going to be in early March. There's going to be, you know, the potential for that more than that, just as a LAN. But is it, you know, from what I'm hearing, there's going to be a lot in the pipeline. Do look out for notifications from Katana Gaming through December as they start to really ramp up the excitement towards that LAN. Tickets are going to be available for teams on December the 17th. So again, just look out for the announcements as the guys, you know, announce the broadcast talent, announce all the things that are going to be available and all the sponsors that are going to be there as well. So it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be absolutely impeccable as well. The guys from Katana getting the opportunity to go up and run a few lands prior to that as well, just for the local area, just to make sure that everything goes off without a hitch. So really, really looking forward to that, guys. And again, just a really solid kind of Call of Duty community at this level. We know the problems we've seen. I mean, it's hard to bring up, but we've seen what the CDL is doing at the minute, and it isn't great. No one really appreciating it, and it's the challenges community largely coming together that's keeping the scene afloat.
Yeah.
So yeah, much love to everyone, and you know, much love to everyone that's brought this together, Rotation and the Katana guys, the admins like George, Irony, and Ryan, the guys, and you know, and the Wired Lobby for putting up the money, and also, you know, providing us with a venue to be able to go to and be able to get the lands together.
Yeah, we will obviously shout out as well the news that did break that Bryce and Ton, obviously our fellow English casters, won't be on board for the new season, unfortunately. 8 days shy of when the calendar started, by the way, just saying. Thanks for that, Cod.
Absolute balls,
yeah, so obviously our thoughts do go out to them. Hopefully those two do land on their feet. I have no doubt that they will find something in the casting world, because those two have been brilliant for Call of Duty when they came onto the scene. And yeah, hopefully they do manage to find something very short term at least, to keep them ticking over, because you don't want to see anyone lose their livelihood in such a short space of time as well, which was absolutely baffling.
Yeah, it's crazy when you consider just how good they've been over the last, you know, 10 years of providing us with incredible coverage during the CWL and some of the real highlights. Franchising has essentially destroyed Call of Duty at the top level, but you know what? We're a great community, and we've got a ton of organisations looking to make sure that the challenge community has got something to play for. We still even have the challenges announcement from the CDL, so what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I would say beggars can't be choosers, but it's just like this. It's like, please, just something. But anyway, we digress. We are now back and ready to go in towards the grand final. Map number 4. Is it going to be the last one for Potbelly FC in this tournament, or will they manage to push this one out potentially? It's going to be a difficult ride for them nonetheless, Pabs, but if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's going to be this team of 4 up against Boxhead, because we know they're a powerhouse. Both teams are powerhouses, so you don't count either of these boys out just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just get a feeling this is a Steve Vortex map. It's such an odd map, and P2 and P3 is so weird and annoying, and I just get a feeling that this is his preferred map. So big opportunity for him to get around on the board. He will not be happy with the 4-0, especially even though it's this early in the season, and he just won't be pleased. So it is going to be, Boxhead, going to be just slightly under the cost to P1, just going the way of Potbelly in the early days, but do expect those yellow arrows to start to strike back as they try and get set up for that P2, P3 push. Yep. There's going to be a little bit of time going in, but again, a nice contest, so it hasn't ran away from him early doors.
Yeah, you can see now they are locked in. Bance is going to be watching over towards this silo area, and Nasty, meanwhile, will be inside the hill alongside Hixie. So a nade, actually, that's an opening for them. There's one for Bans, can't get the second though. Mythics trades him out, but look at those spawns, they're so sticky on P2, and they still spawn out the back here, so Harry's going to be none the wiser. God bless MW3 spawns, he just gets shot right in the back, and all the efforts potentially might come crumbling down for them here. But saying that, they managed to get a wave of kills regardless. Beans is only able to grab one. Hixie is still looking to try and reinforce this area of the map, because as mentioned, Pablo, they stack this point. They have to stack this point and make sure they keep those spawns for that P3, because it comes straight up next to it, literally next door neighbours.
He just, the jump shots, you just see, like, I just don't get that. Jump shots are so accurate and so quick. They absolutely body each other at times, and it's just so impressive to see. But yeah, you need to get a grip of this, and you can already see Potbelly in Steve-O, in the form of Steve-O, trying to get round for that P3. Again, this is a very close game. It's very similar to the P1, the first hard point that we saw, where they were toe-to-toe for the first rotation, and then it started to slip away. Well, this is a totally different vibe right now. Potbelly FC looking to stay solid, but Big Beans is going to be their major. Already 7-5, looking to make his mark in this hard point.
Yeah, he's on the high ground as well. He's going to be able to clear off potentially a few of them here. He weakens up a few. There aren't any kills coming through as of yet. Wee Man's done such a good job of staying alive, but now the impact might start to show. Hixie's on the point, laying prone, soaking up the time. And now it's just a question of how long do they wait before they potentially rotate over towards the P4. Nades and bullets being exchanged, but keep an eye on number 4, Pabs. Wee Man is ready to go for that next hill.
Yeah, he's going to have to go big as well because expect those yellow arrows to start to flood through. You just see that top spawn for number 8 in Bance. He's got to go huge. Wee Man is trapped in this. It's going to take them a second or two to dig him out, but that is going to be, again, the boys from Boxhead. They've got to stay strong, though, if they want to do well and prosper in this hill. It's very difficult when you're understaffed, kind of under-supported, understaffed, you know, like the employees. Where am I going? It's really difficult when they don't have the players there to support you, and you can see that rush on Hicks. He's going to be finally able to rush. Oh, my days with the Renetti. Absolutely bodies Steve-O. And that's going to be beautiful for Boxhead as they look to get this game tied up.
Yeah, and they're struggling to push over towards the hill just because Nasty has positioned himself on the high ground here as he manages to get one. Can't get the second onto Harry, though. The trade is swift, but they have managed to buy themselves quite a bit of control out towards the middle portion of the map, and now the spawns are coming in the back. Will they read them? That's the question. Hixie's got a trophy, but he's got to try and juggle his life here, which is not going to be easy. The trophy has now gone, and somehow Hixie is still managing to stay alive through all this madness. Finally, the carnage is going to take him out. Nasty is looking to try and push in to his infamous boxes. If you know, you know. And it will now be Harry and Mythics soaking up what remains of the time. But a very equal hard point so far, Pabs, going on to the next hill.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. It's a very open hill. It's got a lot of accessibility, so we're going to have to see a lot of players and beads. Nasty do team up and just absolutely decimate Potbelly as they do flip that lead over. There's only Slender right now, 5 to 6 seconds. But Nasty, again, Major, in that high ground, just looking to decimate this team, force them back, and this could be a big opportunity for them to get a lot of time on what is a reasonably difficult hill to get time on. But as soon as I say that, Major, of course, Kirsten the caster, Harry is going to be there to drop Beans and Hixie.
Well, they can't hesitate for too long because they have opened up the hill to potentially get some time on it. Mythics is trying to push up in towards that sub-boat area, and he's not going to be able to get anything more but a double nade, a triple nade actually, from Potbelly as Harry grabs 2 and Steve-O grabs 1 with his hot potato, as it will now be again a potential lead change on the cards here as we get ready for the next rotation of hills. P1 ready to go, and already Mythics is going to be just keeping an eye round the back of this P2, so we might see this as a bit of an ongoing battle as P1 is ready to go. So Mythic's working his way on the high ground here up towards these top AC areas, and there's one for him. So Mythic's grabs 1, Harry drops 1, and now it's just a question of how do they try and play for spawns and how much time do they play for.
Yeah, and really, those 2 kills came either side of the hill, so it allowed them to get some control, but the boys from Boxhead just push right down the throat of the hill and try and get control, and indeed they do. Beans and Hixie fighting back after being dropped at the very top of this hill, and they're going to get a little bit more time. This game couldn't be tighter. Only 2 seconds separates the sides. Beans is going to be there collecting hill time, 17 and 10, with a solid 35 seconds. Again, Beans showing his pedigree among all these great players, but again, it's going to be Harry just trying to fight back with 47 seconds. He's already dropped 19 kills, a lot of the time coming in from behind or getting the high ground. Incredible plays, and that P1 is going to go largely the way of Potbelly, but Major have set up already for P2, but can they hold on to it? Because they didn't in the first rotation.
Yeah, it was a bit messy the first rotation, but now this is probably Boxhead's best chance at pushing this lead out. Hixie's going to go over towards this top snow area. There is going to be one man ready and waiting for him, but Harry's not going to manage to read it. So look at number 3, though. Mythics going all the way around the side. Meanwhile, his teammates are dropping, and he has managed to give his team that spawn out the back. We talk about how sticky these spawns are on P2, and now the collapse onto these players might well come through. Wee Man goes in through the door. There's one for him. Harry combines for 2, and it looks as though it's all falling apart again. But now can Hixie do it? No, he can't. Again, another situation where Potbelly break in towards the P2. It's one of the harder ones to potentially do it from, and it will now be those boys pushing that lead out ever so slightly once they get it tied in a few more seconds.
Yeah, they've got to get this first. And you can see that kill feed has been largely red for at least the last 25-30 seconds. That is going to be Bance right there. I'm so close to saying Marky B. There's going to be Bance right there. Just getting that pick. And there's going to be a little tiny bit of slender time.
Oh, look at the spawn.
Oh, my days. Harry is spawned out. This game is so fucked. It's just insane how bad it is. It's a Hixie Nasty going to team up. They've still got 2 players. They've got them pinned into the corner. But this is going to be vital. They need to get that geography, or they're going to keep spawning there. This is going to be a really weird hill.
I feel so sorry for whoever is going to be the poor man jumping on the hand grenade, getting onto this hill. Beans was, he kind of thought about it, double guessed himself, and unfortunately got chopped down for his hesitation. So at the moment, they are still spawning out the back. the boys in red, and they will get number 2 Harry on the hill, but not for very long with 25 seconds remaining. But keep an eye on Beans in towards bottom servers. He is now going to wrap all the way around the back, so Mythic should be a freebie for him. There's one, and now Wee Man is going to have to turn his attention out the back here onto Beans because they've got the scrap time, and now it's just important that they hold this hill. Wee Man has got to at least grab one, you feel, here. Otherwise, it will be so difficult for the reinforcements to maybe get over quickly enough. He has got one bit of help in the form of his teammate there, but is it going to be enough to take down Hixie? Yes, it is. Mythix is there, but so too is Bance, just staring straight down that tunnel, and they don't have anyone on the initial, but potentially a pinch might come through, but I've got a feeling this hill's going to be messy.
Yeah, this is going to be horrific. So many players in red, in the middle, trying to push through. There's a chain of players coming in through the back, and it's going to be absolute wild. Wee Man gets taken down. We see Higgs. He goes for a 3-piece with the Renette. He drops Mythics, and they take control. They've got to abuse, and that is not good. That is a huge play there from Boxhead FC with 28 seconds remaining. This is going to be difficult to dig these out, Major. We've seen them do it before. We've seen them steal the time from this very hill. Beans is absolutely fried. 27 and 17, an incredible performance. But the problem they've got is they have got to get set up for that P5. It's still only a 40-second lead, so there is so much to fight for Potbelly FC.
Yeah, Steve-O's locking down that left-hand lane through servers, and now Wee Man up top here is going to be doing the same. But will these spawns be a little bit rogue? The new hill pops. Where will those yellow arrows start to spawn if they fall? Mythics still going to be watching over the left side of the map. We are going to see a streak invested, actually, as well. I believe from Nasty, yeah, and it's going to land onto Harry. So now those yellow arrows are going to start to fly. In they go. How many can they pick? Steve on the top is going to get absolutely belted with bullets. And unfortunately for Potbelly, they can't keep affording, is what I was going to try and say, to keep doing this, because at the moment they are slowly pushing out towards the 200-point mark. Boxhead FC, they need to try and compose themselves, but at the same time they've got to get a man on the hill.
Yeah, Wee Man just really with some very speculative shots. He's going to get bodied here. It is going to be nasty. He takes him down. You need to start getting your guns on point, especially when the other team approaching that 200 mark. Hixie again just going to be that pain. He still checks outside. He knows there's going to be a player there. The guy is absolutely bouncing through the map right now, and that is going to be an incredible amount of time. Potentially going to see them over the 200-point mark, and now they're going to get set up for that very contentious P1. But Major, look out, Mythics. He's going to try and do that around the back again. This could be huge for Potbelly FC.
He's got to take the man off the hill, though. Hixie's already in there. Oh, that's a big win from Hixie. God. Quick trade, though. Wee Man getting the call that he's one shot, takes down one. And now, Wee Man on the hill. Trophy is down. Can they manage to break back onto this hill, Boxhead FC? If they do, you do worry for Potbelly FC. Big time. Marky B, or Bance, as he's also known, able to pick off one. Mythics will drop Nasty. Beans, though, replies with a kill onto Wee Man. So now, opportunity knocks. And it's going to be a really good set of time if they can manage to keep the man alive on the hill. Will Beans get the trade? No, he's going to get shot in the back. Nasty will reply with one, but there's still going to be Harry located nearby. And look at the players who have got the spawns for the next hill, Pabs. It's Potbelly. Red arrows all over it.
Absolutely, and you can feel that guys from Boxhead are probably going to start to think about making their way around the back towards P3, towards that submarine, and trying to get nails in. But again, look at that spawn from number 6 being spawned right out the back of P2, and this is going to be absolute problems for the boys of Boxhead. Steve-O already with the big brains, looking to go around the back. He has got to be careful, though. He does get that kill. That's so big on Beans, and they are going to be back on. It is going to be a contest, though, as those players fall, and it is going to be the player in Bance who gets felled, and the boys from Potbelly able to get back on and made it. From this point, they can almost tie things up.
Yep, Hixie's going on one of his routes, though. Can he catch one man out? Hello, he's right there. Charlie. Oh, no! He's only able to get one. I think he was potentially waiting to grab that first kill before snapping onto the second, but it will still be time that Potbelly FC are able to get. But now, what will the spawns do here? We're so unsure what sub-base offers in terms of some of these rogue spawns, because they do show up from time to time. And there's another one. Number 6 Beans is spawning in one corner. Number 7 is spawning in the other. Please, Activision, give us something to work with here, as they spawn pretty much absolutely everywhere on the map. Boxhead still spawning out the back though, but the timer, that is the thing that's going to potentially run them down here. I don't think they're going to try and get anyone on the hill. You can see that Bans is so far back in the map. He doesn't want anyone coming onto this point. He spots Harry, but he's not taking the shot just yet. This is so big brain from Bans. He's just locking down the spawns, and he's not allowing anyone on the hill. The clock is ticking. Time is ticking. The championship is also ticking for the boys of Potbelly FC. 3 seconds remain. I don't think anyone is going to touch it, and they won't. Boxhead FC get it done in the hard point. They get it done in the grand final. 4-0. These boys are the boys to beat.
Yeah, and it is the superstar in Benjamin Bans who manages to get it done in the end, playing the timer. An incredible performance from the boys in yellow across the board. Look at that from Nasty, 39 and 27 with 33 not traded. What an impeccable performance early in the season, just showing and flexing. And they are the grand final champions. An incredible matchup, 4-0 in the end against a solid Steve Vortex side. The question is, we've seen it before with the Spanish lads. Can anyone stop this team?
Well, they were touted to be the team to beat, and they are continuously demonstrating why they are indeed the team to beat. 4-0 in the grand final. Potentially not the most flattering result for Potbelly FC there, because they are having moments where they're just missing out. Obviously, that one came down to the timer. 18 seconds separate it, and it was just mainly Bans at the end, just being composed, tucking himself away in the corner, making sure there's no more rogue spawns. Luckily, on this Call of Duty, you can't have spawners outside of the map, but it's pretty much it's back to 2 walls where there wasn't anyone to be able to spawn behind him. They were able to clutch up on that one, but Potbelly FC, Pabs, they've still got positives. It's been obviously a difficult grand final when you look at it in terms of a 4-0, but some of those maps were close. On another day, they probably pushed the map 5, 6, and 7, so they don't really have anything to worry about, I don't think, by any means, this team.
Yeah, I think the difference is, I think, obviously, Mythic's being in Potbelly FC, I think he's an amazing player, and he absolutely deserves to be where he is, and he mixed it, but he's probably the least experienced player, so there is still that element of Steve Vortex trying to bring along challenger players who have come through the ranks, so yeah, a little bit of naivety maybe in some of his flanks and that, but largely he played amazing. But when you've got 4 players who are just consummate professionals, they've all played in the CDL, they've got like the racks and racks of experience, it just becomes very difficult to try and do something different, do something new. They know what to expect, and they read every single aspect of the map and the game and use it to their advantage. It's an incredible performance from them when you consider who they were playing against, and again, just goes to show how strong they actually are. This is different, I think, from the time when the Spanish lads really dominated, because these boys, they're not relying on the freakishness of any particular mechanics in the game. They just, it's pure game knowledge, it's pure skill. And it is a shame that ends on a sub base, but an incredible weekend of Call of Duty, guys. And you know that we're going to be constantly looking to provide this kind of support for the community. So whatever happens with the CDL challenges level is always going to be supported.
Yeah. I say there's always going to be volunteers around, and we'll take the time to shout out the people involved behind the scenes, all the Katana guys, Heffy especially for being involved, obviously the Wired Gaming lobby as well. Shout out to those guys. Next year, keep an eye out for those LAN events, because those announcements will be coming over the next coming weeks. And obviously a shout out to the man who is single-handedly doing so much for the scene at the moment in Ant. He is providing so much, and a shout out to the guys over at NA, because we won't be ending the stream per se. Obviously on this channel it will be ending, but I will put a raid on so that we can obviously bring you guys, if you are interested, to come and have a look at the NA action, because when Ant thought 1 cup potentially not enough effort, why not do 2? And yeah, I think we should all shout Ant out for not doing a third. Ant, I think you really need to pull your finger out, as that bloke said on Twitter. So, no, I'm only messing. He's one bloke. There's only so much you can do. But the more people that we have like Ant in the scene, the better it's only going to be. So a huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes, and a huge shout out to everyone who has tuned in all day with us. It's been a long and grueling day, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed the Call of Duty as much as we have. But that is going to be it from myself and Pabs for this Rotation Katana Cup. The grand final goes in the way of Boxhead FC. They really are the team to beat in Europe. But thank you very much, guys, and we will see you hopefully very soon for some more Call of Duty action. Thank you very much, guys.